everything from fresh local snapper to omega-3 rich salmon. I choose Kirk Market for the highest quality proteins to support my healthy lifestyle. Kirk Market. Eat well, live well, and discover a world of choice.
The Health Services Authority has over 120 world-class physicians offering the most comprehensive range of specialist services on island. Our dedicated team of professionals provide the highest quality care in orthopedics, interventional radiology, women's health, geriatrics, and a host of other specialist areas. We are a JCI accredited organization with a proven record of excellence. At HSA, we are committed to caring for you. For more information, visit hsa.ky.
But I do have some questions.
There are more questions than answers.
Cayman Islands' foremost listeners participation program.
Talk today.
What is on your mind, Cayman? If you are ready to talk, we are ready to listen. Here's your host, Sterling Dwayne Ebanks.
Hey, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us, and thanks to the fantastic team here at Radio Cayman. I trust and pray that as you listened to Mr. Art yesterday and Her Excellency, the Honorable Premier, and the other members of our elected government, that we get a chance to facilitate discussions, give you a sense of calm and comfort, and timely, accurate information. So, opportunity now to have an extended talk today, to invite you to share how are you preparing and what you're doing. Please stay tuned for Talk Today.
Avoid any statements or comments which are abusive, derogatory, malicious, or defamatory. Do not use indecent language or make any statement that is false or misleading. Call 1-800-534-8255, 949-6990, 949-8037, or WhatsApp us on 925-3261.
Email Talk Today at candw.ky. Let your voice be heard.
And now, back to Sterling Dwayne Ebanks, Radio Cayman Talk Today.
Hey, welcome, and thanks for sharing with us. Thanks for this opportunity. We invite you to give us a call. I was, listening to DJ Lynn earlier, doing a stellar job. Somebody say even possibly a sterling job, as he was sharing, giving the opportunity for our listeners. And we want to do the same. We know you're out and about. You are preparing, you're praying, and you are together looking in a purposeful way to what we can. The concerns not only extend to the impact to the Cayman Islands, but to the surrounding regions and to already those parts of the Caribbean that have been impacted. The reach of the Cayman Islands extends globally, not just in its commerce from our fantastic shipping registry to our financial services or tourism product, but for those who live and work here, whether we're generational or otherwise. Our family and friends go far and wide. We have near, to our shores, and we have distant lands. And many perhaps are looking at the resources within the Cayman context, from the stuff that are in our stores and on our shelves to the, expertise that may exist within our people. So in the aftermath, we can send those supplies to family and friends nearby. We might, if possible, be able to reach out and help through a comforting hand, or actually in a physical presence. And that is, that global reach that we have from the local populace. But as we prepare and take care of our own, are we being safe, sensible as we shelter? Well, we want to hear from you. Give us a shout. 949-8037, 949-6990. Or you can WhatsApp call 925-3261. We recognize and we want to share that we had reached out again today to many of our parliamentarians through their designated contacts and say, listen, we'll have an extended talk today. If you want to call in or come in, please do so to share with your constituents, share perhaps from your respective ministries if that's the constitutional responsibilities you have, or just from your elected office. That thing that may add a sense of calm and comfort to the rest of your constituents. But many feel the need and perhaps are being pulled by their respective constituencies to come out and physically do something. Not an extended, engaging conversation just yet, but because of that, one individual, as a result of a comment that was shared some time back, I said to him, I don't recall the full, conversation, but the gist of it might still sort of resonate. And he was saying, many of us, from that person that we think is in dire need, to the person who at times, maybe helping to pull the strings of the parliamentarians, always seem to want the physical presence of the politician, from helping to physically, hammer the plywood into place, to maybe purchase it and delivering it. And his question was, well, why? And if they're not present, will we punish them for it? Well, what's your thought? Now, to me, there are much more important things. We need to make sure that, we have adequate water and food, that we're safe and secure in our shelters, that we know what we're doing. Well, talk to us, because there's much to be done. Let's work together. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling. Yeah, hello.
How are you doing today?
Oh, I am very thankful, perhaps more pensive than normal, if that's even possible, but how are you? And, you've been on my mind for a bit. How are you doing? Are you feeling prepared? Do you have your place in order? How are you?
Sorry about that. To be honest with you, I like to have it on my mind as I was a scout. I wanted to be a soldier too.
Yeah.
But I like to think of that scouting and the training we got and stuff like that, and always try to be in survival mode. From year to year, thinking about the hurricanes, thinking that's thinking about survival and necessities.
Yeah, and I think too, you had shared, I guess why you were on my mind, not just you, the individual, but you had shared about the homeless in our communities and the need to employ them, help them to get back, where they feel that they're no longer, being discarded, that they feel that they have a place, as they should, right? So I wonder to what extent we have in a real meaningful data on how many in our communities are not just vulnerable, but are actually homeless. What would happen to them? Where are they thinking? Whether they're here legally or otherwise, if they're on our shores now, how are they going to be affected?
Well, I can tell you from experience dealing with quite a few homeless people, they're survivors,
Yeah.
They have to, a lot of them got skills. They got a lot of knowledge, knowledge on how to survive. And it's good to help them. It's very, very good, because to be quite honest with you, not just to hear what you have to say,
Yeah. Right.
But what he will tell you if you ask him how he survived, it will be so important for you to know, for us to know, how he survived through all of this rain and hot sun. Because now after the hurricane, if that hit us,
Right.
If that hit us, remember, no roof. If how we need to know how to survive in the hot sun, and then there's going to be raining after that. We just don't know what will happen.
Right.
And I get on. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Sorry. I was just going to ask you. Yeah, go ahead.
I've been made to understand that this hurricane is stronger than Ivan.
I can't comment on that. I mean, I've seen the published data in terms of, highest winds thus far. But I'll be honest with you, the way governments seem to have reported Ivan, in particular this one, you can't tell me your, official equipment breaks at one speed and tell me that that's the maximum.
Man, that's terrible. That's terrible, man.
Well,
you remember Ivan? It was terrible.
Yeah. All right. Before we take the next caller, for you, are you prepared? I mean, where are you going to be sheltering? You feel safe there, personally? I mean, for you.
I try to keep it a little secret somehow,
Yeah.
Because,
you don't need to tell us where you'll be. I just want to make sure you feel okay, right? You feel okay?
So far.
All right, good stuff.
So far, to be honest, it's a couple of us that believe in, not having fun and the hurricane, but learning a few things about survival, learning about how to maneuver yourself.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. But like I say, it's good to have the tribesman around you too, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Because the tribesman, he know about the survival thing as well, you know.
Yeah, man. Well, listen, you just keep your heart pure, keep your eyes focused, and make sure you're ready to do what you need to do. All right.
I'll try.
Okay. Talk to you soon, my friend.
Okay.
All the best. All right. Well, thanks for that call. Let's take the next. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Not too bad. Are you tired?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. That's how I feel yet. Maybe I'll figure that out come Monday. As that song say, come Monday. But today I'm all right.
I know I'm tired. I've been trying to help as much as I can in the community, my dear.
Yeah. Now, we're having a little bit of challenge to hearing you, sort of a bit of an echo, and like, I'm not sure if it's, let me just change my gears here. And are you hearing us okay?
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay, well, all right. Talk to us then.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Still the same. We're hearing you okay. Just let you know it's a little bit like echoey, I guess, Paul. Is that how you would say that?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So it's a little muffled. I don't know if it's speaker or not, but I'll share this with you. Don't lose your train of thought, right? I picked up my phone to make a call earlier, and it said something to the effect, this was, after repeated attempts of it not actually going through, no matter the number of dial. It says, I remembered it exactly, but to the effect that you reached the number of, maximum number limits of your calls or something, check with your system administrator. I've never heard that before. I physically dialed the number in so that I can start remembering numbers instead of, just searching it by name. And it rang, and that recording came on. I go, huh. Always the first time for everything, it seems like.
Yeah.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're hearing you, but I'll let you know if it gets worse.
Oh my goodness. I did my sandbags and my water, and it went off very well.
Okay.
And it's all finished now, so I don't have any more sandbags and no more water. So just been trying to do other little things to help.
Yeah.
But
I'll share this. Go ahead. I'll share this with you. You had called the show. I'm sure it was you. The gentleman that called me thought it was you in terms of his description, and you had shared, why doesn't the government have, sand piles across the place so people can come?
It was me.
And he said, he thought it was you, but was it why the government responded in doing that because of a caller? So maybe it just shows, to his point, when we as a people put good ideas out and we have receptive people, in whether elected or otherwise, maybe willing to take, on board those good ideas. So thank you for sharing, because you never know, something always good can come of things if we mean it well.
Exactly, and it's not that we're being, I don't know what the word is right now, but we're concerned and we care, and
right.
things to be in place.
Exactly.
And, actually I went to the beach and got my stand before they came up with every district. I know it was down at Barbara Thompson way, so I said, I got Sports Beach right here. What am I going to go down there for, So
Right.
I went to the Sports Beach and I got mine. And talking about Sports Beach, I see they went down there and made two, I would call it a platform, and a one step to go down onto the beach. As you enter into the beach at spot. But it is still too high. There's the lower step. This is only one. It's a platform, and then one step to go down. It is too high, especially if someone want to do a wheelchair or take on a senior that got bad legs like myself. They need to put another lower step down to make it more comfortable. And when I went and saw that, I was very pleased with the platform they got there. And they only had one step to it, but it needs one more step to step down into the sand as you enter the beach. Now, not down to the water. But they need another step down there. That one is a bit too high. They did the same thing partly up at the blowholes when I went and complained about it. And they went and built the blowholes up some and the steps, and then they left it high. And I believe, as far as I can remember, it's been a little while now, they went back and put a lower step on it. So I don't know where we get our engineer people from and where the common sense are sometimes. And are they doing things in a rush, or they were just told to do so much and no more? I don't know. I'm just saying. You understand?
I hear you.
So,
I hear you.
Yeah. So what I really call for too, a concerned citizen called me just a while ago, telling me that John was on the radio, and he was talking about children being scared of things happening around the house, getting prepared for the hurricane, hitting the noise from the drills, and apparently his child must have had some effect some years ago, which is sad to hear. And he's advising parents to buy their child take those earphones and play the music, or get a phone that can hook into these air. What do you call them? They put on the ears and listen to the music. What do you call them again? No, air something.
Is it earphones? Headsets? What is things called, Paul?
Headset.
Headphones? Headsets?
Headset. So he was there, telling parents, to try to drown out some of the noise and so forth for the children, to make them wear these things. But if you got lightning, that's not good to be wearing those things, because lightning can strike in just about in any capacity, and you got kids in the house with these things in the air, trying to get to the car, running the car with rain and lightning. You don't know what's going to happen, because they got metal pieces in them, and I think the citizen will tell me so that she don't think that's a good idea to tell parents to let their kids wear these headphones during the hurricane time that we're going to be going through now in another couple of hours or any other time. Because them things are made up of metal, and if lightning hit them, you don't know what could happen. A gentleman many years ago was walking with a machete, and the lightning hit the machete and killed the man. I mean, lightning happens here too, not just Miami, everywhere they got it in the capital. Things happen here too. So we have to be very cautious when we're going to, go on the air and advise parents to buy their children headphones to wear when those things are dangerous. They are very dangerous. Those headphones, especially lightning is going on.
It is, and as I listen to someone is messaging, I'm just exchanging it with them. I think they're picking up on what you're sharing in relation to, our children, and the person is asking, well, what about the elderly as well? And
what you mean, elderly? I'm talking about headphones.
Right.
They're wearing them during any season to block out any noise from being scared of the drill going on, putting the plywood up, or the lights right there, and noises that children that get scared. I got a granddaughter that she's getting a little bit better now. She didn't want to hear the rain. She didn't want to hear the lightning. And tell me she would cry herself to sleep.
Right.
And no, she cried till she puked. But she's doing a whole lot better now. She'll say,
okay,
the rain is coming. Yeah. But she's doing good.
Well, that's good.
You got to grow them out of it. You got to grow them out of it. You don't have to make them stay into the bubble. You grow them out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you're perhaps.
I know.
Yeah.
I just want to say today out there, people do not let anyone in your family put any headphones on the air during the season of hurricanes, especially when the lightning is going on. They are dangerous, and I know the majority of these people know that. I'm not here to bring on John or nobody else in the government, but the matter is, don't advise on the radio island-wide suggesting to do these headphones to children to knock out noise. Let them hit reality. Let them learn what lightning is all about and what rain is all about. You understand? And what hurricanes are all about. You cannot shadow our children. They are shadow enough as it is now, trying to survive in this island that we call home. I said I'm not going to bring nobody down.
Mm-hmm.
And I am very pleased to know that we have found I call it a sandbank in every district. And like I tell you right now, the sand that they're giving us Sterling, it's unbecoming. And where they're dumping it is not even an appropriate place to walk in, to scoop it up with your shovel and put it in your bag. Just drop it off there like you're a bunch of animals. And I would tell any government official that today if they called me. They could have did it in a more better manner. They did it up at agriculture ground, and what you guys driving a bunch of red moles to go up to it. I went with my girlfriend yesterday. She said, no, John, I can't drive in that. So we decided to go to Bordentown. We got to Bordentown. All kind of stuff was on the ground. Metal, this and that, and this is on the ground. And you got to walk in that and look where you go in the China sandbag to get to your vehicle. If you're going to do something, my sister always tell me, what is done by half is never done right. I applaud the government for doing the sandbanks in every district. It's been needed for darker years, and thank God it started, and I hope they continue. But remember, we are human. Put it in a decent, respectable area that you don't walk there and get outfit cuts and
Right.
end up in the hospital to get tetanus shot or whatever case may be. Because we don't know who's going to go to try to back that on. It could be an 80-year-old individual helping to get a sandbag. You understand? But anyhow, you finish with me?
No, I'm only, more than willing to listen and try to learn from what's being shared. And sometimes increasingly might be inclined, to comment, but you've been always gracious with your time. So thanks for sharing, okay?
All right, thank you. Talk to you soon.
Okay, very soon. Talk to you soon.
Keep safe.
Thank you, you too.
Good.
All right, good. Let's just pause quickly and take a break. Tell your friends we're on air. I mean, you want to cuss, call, and complain, or you just want to comment and question, or if you just want to share something positive and uplifting, perhaps it's a prayer, but it's something that has to be purposeful and meaningful that brings people together as opposed to this division. Quite frankly, I like positivity. I don't know how good negative is, but maybe there's a role for that too. We'll see. 949-837, 949-6990. Hey, give us a shout. We're going to give you some more talk today. Stay tuned.
Looking to make house cleaning more fun? Hire My Kanda Cleaners. They offer the best rates on the island for cleaning services, including office, home, school, and industrial. You can book for a daily, weekly, bi-weekly, or one-time cleaning, and they provide huge discounts for recurring jobs and offer packages with monthly payments. Their vision is to provide you with a peaceful and healthier environment so you can be more productive at what you do best. Call or WhatsApp My Kanda Cleaners at 326-3379 for your free quote today. They provide friendly, courteous, trusted, honest, and the best customer service.
Looking for a fresh and flavorful experience in Georgetown? Look no further than the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Start your day with a refreshing smoothie or coconut water straight from the source. Hungry for more? Healthy lunches to carry you through the day, and choose from their seasonal local produce from okra, kale, peppers, breadfruit, and so much more. The healthy way to make your home cooking experience grand. Bring home a touch of island flavor with a variety of homemade jams, jellies, and sauces, from breakfast, lunch to dinner, and every snack in between. Indulge in clean, green eating at the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Swing by today to savor the essence of local goodness.
Hello there, this Obadiah. I hope everybody doing all right today. Well, my darling gone on a little trip foreign. Says she need a little fun with her girlfriends. So, while she gone, I'm going to surprise and paint our bedroom with that new light green color. She wanted to match with them pretty curtains she bought. You know I gotta keep my darling happy. I'm going down TCE Paint Shop right now and get some of that good Sherwin-Williams quality interior paint. Talk about some good stuff. Mr. Thomas said they have over 1,500 colors you can choose from, and they mix it right at the paint shop for you too. I can't wait to see the look on my darling face when she come back from her little trip.
TCE Paint Shop, located on 27 Godfrey Nixon Way. They also stock painting supplies for your convenience. Call them at 943-0565 if you have any questions.
Where the warm winds blowing and the rivers flowing
Radio Cayman Talk Today continues.
Hey, welcome back, and thanks for joining us, and thank you for allowing us to share with you this opportunity. Hopefully it's meaningful. We got a couple of calls. Let's take this next one. Welcome. Thanks for calling. Yeah, hello? Hi.
Hi, yes. This is Faith Foster calling in from the Brock.
How are you, Miss Faith?
I am very thankful, but also very puzzled and disappointed.
Okay, well, talk to us.
Yes, we are all aware that Hurricane Beryl seems to be coming, further into our area. And so everyone is rushing to make preparations just in case we need to have more preparations than usual, right?
Uh-huh.
So I've been out for the morning, and I've seen all the government workers working very, very diligently, and I must praise them. And the only thing that puzzles me is we are a regular water authority customer, and we have been trying since yesterday, just in case water authority was open as of, since it was the situation it is. But we have been unable to get them, trying again since 8 o'clock this morning, drove down to the office, found the sign that says they're closed until after the all clear is given after the hurricane because they're closed due to the emergency. To me, the emergency is to have water on hand, and it plainly says on their website, make sure you have enough potable water.
Uh-huh.
I depend on Water Authority for my potable water. Now, they've closed down. We've just come through a weekend and a holiday, going into possibly a hurricane in the next couple of days, and the offices are closed down. I don't understand this. Faith Foster in Cayman Brac needs water. I'm a regular customer. We buy water about every week and a half. And now all of a sudden, when we're looking forward to getting water before this storm, we have none. So I'm depending right now on the media, to be honest with you, because I know the media can be very powerful, to get the message out there. Water Authority, this is not acceptable to close down when we've got a storm maybe 2 days away.
Okay, so for us on Grand Cayman, and I think I only know a little bit relative to how it works on the BRAC, so just help us to appreciate it. And I'll say that by sharing this. On Grand Cayman, Water Authority, not the water company, but Water Authority, made an announcement that if your bill wasn't paid and you were disconnected, they're going to reconnect you so you can have water and do the things. But after the hurricane, if you don't settle it up, then you'll be turned off again. But on the BRAC, it's a little bit different, right? Because you guys get water trucked in. How does it work on the BRAC for you to get water from Water Authority?
Okay. First of all, that announcement does not apply to me because my bill is paid every month.
No. And this was just for the Grand Cayman, right?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, but what I'm saying is some people are connected to piped water from Water Authority. We still get our water trucked in.
Right.
So I have seen this morning, I believe, 2 trucks on the road. So apparently Water Authority is not closed down totally, but they're probably doing what they call emergency services.
Uh-huh.
But I'm human. I need water too.
Right.
So why would we close down on a Tuesday when there's not a drop of rain outside?
Okay. So again, for people to understand from the comparison between Grand Cayman and the BRAC, we understand on the Grand Cayman there is a fairly decent pipe water supply going through the pipes. You get it to your spigot, however that works, and it's good. On the BRAC, that's not the same in all the instances. You guys get it trucked in from Water Authority, right?
Some get it
through
the piped water, and some, like us, because we are a far distance from the main road and would have to pay for all the piping in, we have just continued to get water delivered by truck.
Okay.
So we do usually get a truck delivery every week and a half or so.
Right.
And so now there's no option.
Right. So because yours and people like you who would get it delivered by truck, if yours, I'm making sure I understand it. If the offices are closed and you need to get the water delivered, that makes it a bit of a challenge for you.
That's right.
Okay.
I've got laundry to do. I can't do laundry. I've got to save that just for drinking.
Is there, other than calling it an emergency number, is there an after-hours number like they do here on Grand Cayman? You can call this number, mostly for emergencies. Is there another contact number to the Water Authority?
You know, sir, I'm glad you brought that up because I made up my mind I was not going to. There is a situation where you used to be able to get water in case of emergency.
Right.
I think I used it once in the many years that Cayman Water Authority has been in Cayman Brac. And now I was disappointed some time ago to see that it's only like the hospital, that type of thing, that can get emergency service on weekends now. And the problem is you call and you order early and maybe you don't even get water till 2 or 3 or more days down the road, usually within 2 or 3. But, days gone by, you called, water was delivered that same day or at the very latest, like the next morning. But I find that service is getting worse because the emergency number no longer works for the average household, only for emergency services like hospital, etc.
Okay. Yeah, well, we will read the PSA again, that was sent out earlier that we've been reading specifically to Water Authority and the BRAC, but I understand, what you're sharing. And just for clarity, isn't there any other option that you can use, for the BRAC in order to be able to get the water in?
Well, as I said, you either have piped water or you have trucked water. And from the time that Cayman Water Authority came to Cayman Brac, we have been getting trucked water regularly. We are good customers that are always on top of our bills.
And it's from the Water
now,
Authority.
In time of an emergency, when there's no difference in breeze outside, there is not a drop of rain, they are shut down because of the emergency, which may be coming up upon us that we need water for before the emergency comes.
Okay.
I don't understand that this is good business, sir.
Yeah. Well, Ms. Faith, I appreciate you. Perhaps, and I'll read again their sort of PSA that they sent out. Perhaps in their thinking of allowing their staff to prepare, maybe not appreciative that there may be some people like yourselves who need a little extra or who need their stores replenished. But maybe by you sharing this publicly, there may be some individuals, whether in the civil service or the wider community, who could facilitate and recognize that for the rest of the day and maybe half of tomorrow, they could provide. It's a very small population, right? So it should be easier to manage than here.
Well, yes, sir, and I have to say this. I'm not going to call by name because maybe they wouldn't want to be called.
Right.
There are government officials working on the problem because I brought it up to them.
Uh-huh.
But they are working very hard on other things with emergency services.
Right.
They were working yesterday in the holiday I understand, from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Uh-huh.
They are working.
Yeah.
Why are these others getting vacation? Because everybody needs to prepare.
Yeah.
If they're working, why is this essential service not working?
Well, it is essential. And maybe, again, it just could be wires crossed or people not quite cognizant of the impact. I'm not going to try to be defensive for them in that sense, but of them, I should say. But hopefully, Ms. Faith, this is something that is addressed for you. If it is positively addressed, would you let us know so that we can see how make people appreciate that not everything that we do has the intended consequence. So thanks very much, Mom.
Right, and I do appreciate their service on a regular basis, sir. I'm just saying water is an essential service, something that's needed before a hurricane. So I don't see how we can just shut down.
Right. Well,
if we were beginning to have storm issues here, I could understand. It is sunny. It's no more breezy than on an average day. So I would think their office would be open helping the folk out.
Mm-hmm.
So I will let you know if we get water, sir. But, I am sort of counting on the media and any government officials to say, hey, this is not really how Water Authority was intended to be operated. Okay? Every other government department that we can see on the BRAC is open and running,
right,
trying to help the public. So I would think this most essential service should be doing the same. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome, and I pray that you get it resolved quickly, and maybe there are others.
So. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mom.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to pause, and when we come back, we'll share with you. So please stay tuned.
Flavorful experience in Georgetown? Look no further than the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Start your day with a refreshing smoothie or coconut water straight from the source. Hungry for more? Healthy lunches to carry you through the day, and choose from their seasonal local produce from okra, kale, peppers, breadfruit, and so much more. The healthy way to make your home cooking experience grand. Bring home a touch of island flavor with a variety of homemade jams, jellies, and sauces. From breakfast, lunch to dinner, and every snack in between. Indulge in clean, green eating at the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Swing by today to savor the essence of local goodness.
Hello there, this Obadiah. I hope everybody doing all right. Well, my darling gone a little trip foreign. Says she need a little fun with her girlfriends. So, while she gone, I'm going to surprise and paint our bedroom with that new light green color. She wanted to match with them pretty curtains she bought. You know I gotta keep my darling happy. I'm going down TCE Paint Shop right now and get some of that good Sherwin-Williams quality interior paint. Talk about some good stuff. Mr. Thomas said they have over 1,500 colors you can choose from, and they mix it right at the paint shop for you too. I can't wait to see the look on my darling face when she come back from her little trip.
TCE Paint Shop, located on 27 Godfrey Nixon Way. They also stock painting supplies for your convenience. Call them at 943-0565 if you have any questions.
Where the warm winds blowing and the rivers flowing.
Looking to make house cleaning more fun? Hire My Canda Cleaners. They offer the best rates on the island for cleaning services, including office, home, school, and industrial. You can book for a daily, weekly, bi-weekly, or one-time cleaning, and they provide huge discounts for recurring jobs and offer packages with monthly payments. Their vision is to provide you with a peaceful and healthier environment so you can be more productive at what you do best. Call or WhatsApp My Canda Cleaners at 326-3379 for your free quote today. They provide friendly, courteous, trusted, honest, and the best customer service.
Cayman Islands, your input can shape our future. Plan Cayman needs your input on the updated planning statement to create a sustainable community for everyone. Help shape Cayman's future by participating in public consultations with the Central Planning Authority and the Ministries for Planning and Sustainability. Together, we can build a thriving Cayman. For details and to find the meeting closest to you, visit plancayman.ky. Your voice matters. Let's plan Cayman together.
Radio Cayman's Talk Today. What is on your mind, Cayman?
Hey, welcome back and thanks for joining us. And we have, nope, you haven't had a time change. It's not just midday yet. We're going to have an extended talk today until 3 p.m. The phone lines are open, 949-8037, 949-6990, as well as you can WhatsApp call, 925-32621. Let's take the next call. You're telling me, sir? Left, right, left, right. It's not a government boots. All right. No? All right. We had a couple in the queue, but they're not there now. So maybe the next up will be you. All right. Let me see what I can do. There was the press release or the PSA or whatever you want to say. So that's a public service announcement, not that thing that you do when you go to the doctor to get your prostate exam, that prostate specific antigen test that they do. Please, when this is over, get it done if you need to, as your colonoscopy and other things. Your health is important. So the Water Authority had a public service announcement that they issued yesterday in relation to the office closure of the Water Authority offices, and this is what they sent. It says the Water Authority Cayman would like to advise that due to Hurricane Beryl, its Grand Cayman and Customer Service Office in Cayman Brac going to be closed today, which is the 2nd of July, to further facilitate storm preparations. The authority will confirm when its offices will reopen. The authority, that's the Water Authority, would like to remind its customers to ensure that they have sufficient water stored for drinking and non-drinking purposes. Depending on the forecasted path and predicted severity of the storm, it may be necessary for the authority to temporarily interrupt water service in order to protect the storage reserves for restoration. Should this action be necessary, the authority will give as much notice as possible once such a decision has been made. Please continue to follow official channels, listen to your radio, or visit the Water Authority's website or social media accounts for further updates, right? So that was from the Water Authority Cayman, and it's perhaps understandable to one extent, but as Ms. Faith just called, she's saying, hey, we're good customers. We recognize staff need to be safe and they need time to prepare. But on the BRAC, they get still customers who have water delivered to them in bulk on the trucks, so they would need water. As she shared, she's aware that there are members of the community, including civil servants, who are trying to work to see how they can do it. The BRAC community is still, thankfully, very, very cohesive. They're very much involved, so maybe this is something that could, be quickly addressed, and allowing those customers who are not asking for anything other than, hey, bring me the water, I'm going to pay you for it. We wanted to have, as Ms. Faith was sharing, just for storage, but she needs to get washing done, she needs to get cooking and cleaning, and obviously you want water. On the Water Authorities, on behalf, they did say, well, if you didn't pay your bill and you were disconnected for non-payment, they're going to turn you back on, which is a great gesture. I probably can attempt to share what a few people have said following that. One said, listen, you probably won't get that in any other jurisdiction. Someone counted, well, maybe that's part of the reason why the people here have such a how did he put a spoiled approach to things, and that they know everybody's going to come to their rescue. Nobody has to be accountable and responsible for their actions anymore, because they're going to be just like the government in the U.S. does with the financial, sector, and the banks, bail them out when they make bad decisions. Well, we seem to do the same on a lower scale, but that's a great gesture. Not that only is it shows a high level of conscience, but good corporate citizens. They're putting the country's interest and its people, front and center. Water, as Miss Faith reminded us, is essential. Very, very essential. During the preparations beforehand for the storm, during the passage of the storm, you want your water safe and secured, so you have it, and then after, so that when you start to clean up and the like, to do other things, you want to make sure you have adequate water, that it is safe. If you do have it, it hasn't been compromised in some way. So with that in mind, maybe we can ask you, give us a call, tell us what you're doing, how you're managing. There are many people who watch the latest forecast and take a little jog and recognizing it may go in this way, and that could potentially still affect us, and there's probably a lot of speculation and conjecture. There are those of us who have family and friends who've already gone through in Eastern Caribbean the impact. Some, as my friends in Barbados have shared, they were thankful it didn't come on shore as it was expected, so they were glad, but they still saw it. There are others who, wasn't so lucky, and they felt it and have even shared how they think it was worse than ever, but that was a 20-year-old memory, so maybe they're in a different state now. But please let not be dismissive. Let's take the call on the WhatsApp. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, after morning, Mr. Sterling.
After morning, yeah. How are you?
Yeah, doing good enough.
Yeah, it's a different
kind of weird saying good morning to you.
Well, I almost want to joke and say that depends if you wake up next to me or not, but I'm not going to say that, man. People might find that to be. But I hear you, Bobo. I hear you. You okay?
Yeah, I was listening to Mr. B talking about the homeless people, like we need to really learn how to be survivors for real. Thinking about them, I was saying like how undesirable they already are. Would our government still take them as a priority to make sure that we don't have any homelessness on the street while the midst of a hurricane watch?
Sorry, say that again?
Like how we have homeless people on the roads or street walkers on the roads. Is there any obligations for the government to ensure that the people that are homeless have a place secured in the midst of this hurricane if we do have it?
As you were sharing that, and someone messaged, and I don't know how to read this, if it's intended for thing, but one of it talks about, didn't call them homeless, right? But and sort of inferring some of the conversations that we had back and forth, spurred by Mr. Brown's earlier call last week about employing the homeless. This person is asking, do we know the numbers, and to what extent are they homeless, or is it like, as this person is sharing, got a family member that, because of life choices and the like, sort of bunks in between places and is taken in by family every now and again, but don't really have a home, don't have steady employment to maintain a home, and they've always just existed, just survived, right? So
right.
I'm asking the person, do we have a statistic on how many people are in this country, whether legally or otherwise, on a permit or otherwise, who really don't have anywhere to stay? The other comment the same person made is not only from that perspective, but how many people here, let me make sure I read this correctly, living in places where it is probably low-lying, probably not as structurally sound. They sent me a few pictures, right? Not to take away from what you're saying.
Yeah.
I've only seen the pictures. I'm told where it is. I don't want to be inflammatory nor disrespectful nor insulting, but it would appear that this would look not as good as some of the little garden shades that some of us have in our yards, right?
Yeah.
Just, if you allow the colloquialism, a couple of sheets of plywood clapped together, and this is partly being rented for huge amounts of money, Now the person isn't making any inference, any comment on whether it's allowed, whether it's legal or nothing. Just saying, if people are in these spaces, will they stay there? Forget about whether that's even allowed and we accept that.
Yeah.
But what happens if that, and if those people sensibly say, listen, this don't look like a smart idea to be here, where are they going to go? Do we have space to accommodate them?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is a part of what I was concerned is if that, say, for example, you do have the people that are more than likely not in a safe place to stay.
Right.
Not that they're homeless, but they just not living in a very secure location.
Exactly.
If they did have information that there will be hurricane shelters out there, let's just say that they are drug addicts or they have a mental disorder and they don't really per se live with anyone in particular, but they just bunk somewhere. And if they do find themselves going to a shelter, will they be refused regardless of how desirable they are?
Well, yeah, you see, those are things too, and kind of similar to that, but not quite to that extent. But to your point, it was the part.
Yeah, because you got some people that literally sit down and they spend the whole entire night outside of facilities that they're either not welcomed or they had to sneak into.
Yeah, it is something that I think we're not really paying attention to here, and maybe it is easier for us to ignore something because well, if we don't have to feel it, see it front and center, boy, I don't know.
Yeah, it really gets kind of weird when you think about it, because I don't particularly see that we should necessarily forget about people because they are to them not necessary or undesirable, especially those that they maybe might not be recognized for an important reason, but they do have people they help on a daily basis that could possibly, like, I don't know, friendship wise, support, moral support kind of stuff, not everybody have those on this island.
Yeah, I think you are right. I think we're finding a number of instances. I mean, there are probably people, and as we take this next break, I should appreciate you sharing, with us. But we probably have people who are living in places that, whether it's on the canal or on some water, beach, area and shore, or what have you, who are probably starting to think, it's a nice place, but where do I go? Do I want to stay here? Especially if they're on the south side or the west side. A lot to be considered, and it plays into the notion of what is the sensible population limit in this country. We had 100,000. We have the shells cleaned. Some are stockpiling for
that's something that we could argue about all year long.
Right.
We needed to, because I can tell you what, they're not really concerned about how much is the capacity of this island can take. They're just worried about how much they can get out of it, because apparently we have people that are very important people on this island that they fear God, and then when it comes into the fact that they don't take the risk of what the devil is presenting to us, which is money and power, and don't realize that we're forgetting about what God can do as well. So we find people leaving this island, abandoning us.
Right.
And come on, now we don't have nothing to lean on. When I talk about stuff like going independent, this is a exercise that we have, that we show how much we can be independent, because when the people that are in power to be, they don't care about what would happen to us when they leave us behind. They go into their safety and then come into hope and pray that we all survive. It's like almost as if they hope and pray that we all get destroyed. I don't get it.
Well, it's something to consider. Listen, let's continue talking. We're going to have an extended talk today. Thank you for that. I'm going to pause quickly and take every call that comes in as best as we can. Stay tuned, please.
Cayman Islands, your input can shape our future. Plan Cayman needs your input on the updated planning statement to create a sustainable community for everyone. Help shape Cayman's future by participating in public consultations with the Central Planning Authority and the Ministries for Planning and Sustainability. Together, we can build a thriving Cayman. For details and to find the meeting closest to you, visit plancayman.ky. Your voice matters. Let's plan Cayman together.
Looking for a fresh and flavorful experience in Georgetown? Look no further than the Farmers and Artisans Retail Market. Start your day with a refreshing smoothie or coconut water straight from the source. Hungry for more? Healthy lunches to carry you through the day, and choose from their seasonal local produce from okra, kale, peppers, breadfruit, and so much more. The healthy way to make your home cooking experience grand. Bring home a touch of island flavor with a variety of homemade jams, jellies, and sauces, from breakfast, lunch to dinner, and every snack in between. Indulge in clean, green eating at the Farmers and Artisans.
Hello there. This Obadiah. I hope everybody doing all right today. Well, my darling gone on a little trip foreign. Says she need a little fun with her girlfriends. So, while she gone, I'm going to surprise and paint our bedroom with that new light green color. She wanted to match with them pretty curtains she bought. You know I gotta keep my darling happy. I'm going down TCE Paint Shop right now and get some of that good Sherwin-Williams quality interior paint. Talk about some good stuff. Mr. Thomas said they have over 1,500 colors you can choose from, and they mix it right at the paint shop for you too. I can't wait to see the look on my darling face when she come back from her little trip.
TCE Paint Shop, located on 27 Godfrey Nixon Way. They also stock painting supplies for your convenience. Call them at 943-0565 if you have any questions.
Where the warm winds blowing and the rivers flowing
Our climate is changing, and so is Cayman. Stronger and more frequent hurricanes, longer periods of drought, sea level rise, and higher temperatures are already impacting our communities. If we take nature into account before we act, we can harness nature's benefits and reduce the devastation caused by natural disasters. Because when we put nature front and center, nature can provide the solutions.
In anticipation of Hurricane Beryl's arrival, Water Authority Cayman will reconnect service to all customers who were disconnected in the last month for non-payment. Reconnection started on Monday, 1st July. This is to ensure that all customers can make the necessary preparations and store sufficient water for drinking and non-drinking purposes. Following the passing of the storm, any accounts not brought to good standing will be disconnected again. The authority encourages all customers to take note of the various storm preparedness recommendations found at www.caymanprepared.gov.ky and the water and sewage specific tips on our website at www.waterauthority.ky. Please continue to follow official channels, listen to your radio, or visit our website and or social media accounts for further updates.
Radio Cayman's Talk Today. What is on your mind, Cayman?
Hey, welcome back, and thanks for not just keeping my company, but together we'll, advise and inform and ensure that we'll do this thing right and be prayerful, but very, very conscious and deliberate in our preparations. Number of calls. Which one are we going to first? Left, right, the government boots? Let's go to the WhatsApp. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Good morning, Brother Sterling. How are thou today?
I am blessed and highly favored, my friend. I'm grateful that God looks after sinners as much as the saints, because if it wasn't for that, boy, I don't know where I would be. How about you, sir?
Wow. I give you 200% on that. Yeah, that's right. And many of us should realize and look at that. Mr. Sterling, this is a yearly thing happening here in Cayman or in the Caribbean, but the people in Cayman, the Caymanians, then let me put it, the real Caymanian, let me define this because I got problem. The real Caymanian people know this and what to do when a hurricane come. And the non-Christians or the non-believers, they have their period of time to believe, so they believe in now that the non-believers believe. But I just calling today, Mr. Sterling, to encourage people and to let them realize and see that there is a God, and that God is, they got their limits to it, what they think. But he is a God that can calm the seas, calm the wind, raise the dead, make the blind see. He caused Sodom and Gomorrah to be destroyed. He called the flood to come. So he's God and God all alone, and he don't need nobody. But what human need, what we need, his creation need, is to believe and to trust in him. And if he allow it to come, he will take us through it. Everything, he has the last say, Good thing I always sit down in my young age now that I'm in and say, good thing that man still can control certain things like the rain, control their health and stuff like that. And there are many of us here in the Cayman Island that chasing down money, They got that for their God. They know nothing else beside money. But let me share with the public today that is listening to me. The weather is coming. The book of Ecclesiastes said there's a time for everything. This will come and it will pass us. Some will survive, and I hope all survive. But those of us that don't survive, damage or what have you, God bless them. But let us keep focused in Cayman. Mr. Sterling, many things are happening in this island that is not acceptable to God, Many things in this Cayman Islands is a God-fearing island. It was built, he has founded it upon the seas and established it upon the waters. And Mr. Sterling, this island is gone like I don't know where it's gone. I see a lot of wickedness, a lot of evilness, a lot of jealousy, a lot of hatred in this little Cayman Island, and I don't know where it's gone. But for this thing that is coming, I hope that it will unite the good, the bad, and the ugly together, and let us all realize that love makes the world go around. And if you have love, you have everything that you need, genuine love. God is in control of that weather, and what he do is well done. But Mr. Sterling, I want to leave this with you to tell the people that is using the plywood, they can save the plywood for several years by the old methods of the old Caymanian people, that we used to paint the plywood with diesel oil, two sides, and let it dry, and it lasts 10, 15 years. Just put it up somewhere good. Just lift it up off of the ground when you're leaning it up. Don't make it just go right flat on the ground. Like put a piece of 2x4 or a cement block underneath it, and that can last for 10 or 15 years, that you don't have to every year go and get plywood.
Well, you are right there.
And Mr. Sterling, you, your family, the whole Radio Cayman, Silver Fox, you and your family, Miss Paulette, the whole,
everybody,
the whole, I can't name them all. Every one of you is my sisters and my brothers in there.
Yeah, man.
And I'm worried when weather comes, because Cayman radio goes off quite frequently, and whether I don't know what is happening, and that is something that government needs to look into, because other radio stations can remain on during the weather, and some little thing very quickly trips Radio Cayman out. And if we got to upgrade the equipment, we should, because that is very important to the Cayman Islands. So God bless everyone in Cayman. Be safe. keep focused, trust God, and you will be all right. And people that is going up on prices to make money don't bring you wealth.
Yeah.
Money don't bring you wealth. Trust me.
Yeah.
Many people that got money not happen either, Mr. Sterling. Trust me.
Yeah, money can't buy class, right? Yeah, money can't buy salvation.
You know what we need? Love. Money buys.
Yeah.
Not even love, fantasy. But let's keep focused and trust God, and we will be all right.
Yes, sir. Thank you for those prayers, and I think many would certainly not only welcome them but agree with you wholeheartedly. My little understanding and recollection of the scriptures says, faith without works is dead, so we can be prayerful. But God also says, remember that joke, and guys at sea, and one little thing comes and tries to rescue him. He said, no, God will save me. And a bigger boat comes and try to rescue him. He says, oh, no, God will save me. And then 5 or 6 boats later, he drowns and he ends up before St. Peter and goes to the pearly gates. And when he gets there, he said, God, I thought you were saving. He said, what do you think those 5 boats were there for? You idiot. So God wants you to work, and be prayerful, but you got to do something. All right, where are we going, my friend? Is it the news we're going to know? Well, midday already. Join us after the break. Please be safe and stay tuned. Join us after.
Information, entertainment, inspiration.
Covering Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac.
Since 1976 till now.
Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands.
Radio Cayman's 12 p.m. newscast is brought to you by Health City Cayman Islands. World-class healthcare within your reach.
For the past 10 years, Health City Cayman Islands has been providing a comprehensive range of in-house medical services, from routine care to highly complex surgeries. We've transformed healthcare in the region, saving thousands of lives in the process. Recognized for quality and excellence, Health City brings together expert doctors, the best technology, and the latest techniques to provide world-class healthcare to those who need it. Health City Cayman Islands, a decade of healing.
With your latest news, I'm Carsley Fuller.
Yesterday, everybody thought that would be okay, but now people saying this is serious.
Hurricane Beryl is continuing to move quickly west-northwestward across the Central Caribbean today, with the Category 5 storm expected to bring, quote, life-threatening winds and storm surge to Jamaica tomorrow. As of the latest update from the National Hurricane Center in Miami, Florida, the center of Beryl was located at latitude 15.3 degrees north, longitude 68.9 degrees west. Beryl is moving towards the west-northwest near 22 miles per hour, and this general motion should continue through Wednesday, followed by a turn more toward the west on Thursday. On the forecast track, the center will move across the Central Caribbean Sea today and pass near Jamaica tomorrow and Cayman on Thursday. Beryl is a Category 5 hurricane, and weakening is forecast later today, but Beryl is expected to be near major hurricane intensity as it moves into the Central Caribbean. The next update from the National Hurricane Center will be at 1 p.m. today. Bontown East Representative and Minister for Border Control, the Honorable Dwayne Seymour, is out in his district today helping folks prep for Hurricane Beryl.
We're affording some persons with plywood. They had a limited amount. We ordered more again today, and we're handing out sandbags. We bought the sand, which is on Anton Borden. You can't miss it. And, people are taking it serious. And if you have a neighbor and you don't see them doing anything at all, just reach out to them and kind of prompt them, hurricane is coming,
Over at ALT, Shane Scott is picking up some last-minute roofing patch supplies for his late mother's home.
I will not underestimate it, because the same thing happened for Ivan. There was a bad hurricane coming, supposedly direct hit before Ivan. And when it did turn away from us, everybody was prepared for that one. So when Ivan came, they said, we're not going to waste the time and money to go mess around and buy a bunch of materials and nothing. And Ivan did not spare us, so I'm not taking that chance.
Leader of the opposition, the Honorable Roy McTaggart, says his side has been busy as well.
With the shift of the hurricane overnight, we find that now people are really now looking and to get themselves ready. And we've been very busy this morning here at the PPM office, giving and distributing plywood. We are just about run out on what we have here, but we are to receive 2 bundles more sometime today. So once we do that, then we'll make sure that people who have not gotten this far will get the resources that they need.
Prospect MP and Minister for Health and Wellness, the Honorable Sabrina Turner, just sent in this update as well.
Prospect residents, I have just been reliably informed that approval was given for 2 additional pallets of plywood to be distributed to myself. I am unsure at this time what time delivery will be done. We are limiting to only 2 sheets per household at this time. That's 33 Marina Drive. I will update the community as I get updated as to when we can expect these deliveries. We're in no position to deliver for anyone at this time. Will be on a first come, first serve basis. Priority will be given to those persons residing in the Prospect electoral district. In regards to sandbags, there are limited quantities at the central fire station for collection. These are fill sandbags. They are limited in amount. And on my way into Government Administration Building, there is still sand at the roundabout on the Linford-Pearson Highway.
Folks in the Sister Islands are buttoning up today in anticipation of Hurricane Beryl. Premier the Honorable Juliana O'Connor-Connolly flew to the BRAC on Monday and spent the day wrapping up meetings with senior emergency officials before heading back to Grand Cayman this afternoon for a 5 o'clock meeting of the National Emergency Committee.
As far as supplies are concerned, residents have been stocking up. The supermarkets are well stocked. Cayman Airways will be sending and reliably inform a cargo flight to Cayman Brac as the weekly barge did not make it to Cayman Brac this week. We have checked all of our drains. They are cleared, including the very significant and important drain at the West End by Crawfords to ensure that there's a swift and unobstructed flow in the vicinity of the airport, as that is a crucial link to the outside world.
There are 3 shelters in Cayman Brac that could potentially be activated with a combined capacity of just under 1,100 people. Little Cayman shelter can house up to 440.
We have also been updated from HSA. They will be stationed and mobilized as the main headquarters on the bluff at the annex to the Ashton Redder Center. I understand 17 individuals at the rest home that will need ambulance for transport. There are 8 other families from the Children and Family Services that will need ambulatory services. That logistical arrangements have been put in place.
Prep work is also being done by utilities in the Sister Islands, including water, power, and internet. In the meantime, the Premier is urging you to keep it locked to official sources such as Radio Cayman for all the latest information regarding Hurricane Beryl.
No matter what happens over the next few days, we're going to get some serious rain.
Hazard Management Cayman Islands is stressing the importance of downloading the Government Emergency Alert app. Hazard Management Cayman Islands Director Danny Coleman.
If you have not downloaded the National Emergency Notification app, we're really encouraging you to do that. Obviously, we alert people every time there's a phase difference, so from the alert to the watch, the warning and so forth. And that's neans.gov.ky. If something happens in the middle of the night, if by chance we have a massive rapid intensification, for example, then you'll have a very loud alert. It won't be bombarding you unless it's going to be the critical life-saving information that you need.
For more information on that, you can head to nens.gov.ky, and you can always follow government social media at CaymanGov and at Cayman Prepared on Instagram and Facebook for real-time updates. I'm Karsley Fuller for Radio Cayman News.
Radio Cayman's 12 p.m. newscast is brought to you by Health City Cayman Islands. World-class healthcare within your reach.
For the past 10 years, Health City Cayman Islands has been providing a comprehensive range of in-house medical services, from routine care to highly complex surgeries. We've transformed healthcare in the region, saving thousands of lives in the process. Recognized for quality and excellence, Health City brings together expert doctors, the best technology, and the latest techniques to provide world-class healthcare to those who need it. Health City Cayman Islands, a decade of healing.
Play your part in giving information. If you see news happening, contact our newsroom 949-7799.
You need delicious food at an unbeatable price.
You need Burger King, home of 2 for $9. Choose 2 from the Whopper, Crispy Chicken Sandwich, Original Chicken Sandwich, the Big Fish, or Jumbo Ham and Cheese for only $9. Need a snacky with your Sammy? Grab a Sneaky Snacky. All items under $3, including the new Chicken Junior. Grab 2 for $9 in Sneaky Snackies all week long. Open late weekends at 7 Mile Beach in Red Bay till midnight on Thursdays and 1 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays. Full menu at burgerking.ky.
Water Authority Cayman would like to advise that due to Hurricane Beryl, its Grand Cayman and Customer Service Office in Cayman Brac will be closed to the public today to further facilitate storm preparations. The authority will confirm when its office will open. The authority would like to remind its customers to ensure they have sufficient water stored for drinking and non-drinking purposes. Depending on the forecasted path and predicted severity of the storm, it may be necessary for the authority to temporarily interrupt water service in order to protect the storage reserves for restoration. Should this action be necessary, the authority will give as much notice as possible once such a decision has been made. Please continue to follow official channels, listen to your radio, or visit our website and or social media accounts for further updates.
Thinking about what to do on this hot summer day for little or no cost to you? Head over to the new Shoreline iMap to find the closest public shoreline access point. Then grab your sunscreen and head to the shore. Use the new Shoreline iMap today at gov.ky/shoreline. Your financial news is brought to you by Cayman National, proudly serving the Cayman Islands since 1974. Visit www.caymannational.com for up-to-date information on all your banking needs. And follow us on social media.
BAF Insurance Cayman, the leader in affordable, flexible health insurance for individuals and groups.
And Hurley's, where good food happens.
In financial news, starting in the UK, the FTSE 100 ended the day down 0.5 percentage point at 8,121. The 250 down 0.1% at 20,194. In Europe, the French CAC 40 slipped 0.3% to 7,538. Germany's DAX closed down 0.6% at 18,164. In the U.S., the Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 0.1% at 39,109. The NASDAQ up 0.1% at 17,896. And the S&P 500 is unchanged at 5,475. In currency, the USD is down against the pound at 0.78, up against the euro at 0.93, and up against the Japanese yen at 161.58. In commodities, Brent crude oil futures are up 0.3% at $86.88. Gold is trading at $2,329 even.
Discover your dream home with Cayman National's home loan. Get up to 95% financing, repayment up to 40 years, and just a 0.5% commitment fee. Your interest rate? Depending on your risk factors, it'll be fixed or variable. Plus, you get a pre-approved credit card. This is a limited time offer. Dial 949-8300 or email lending@caymannational.com today.
Whether your group works in an office, a hotel, a hospital, or even on the beach, no matter where your group works or what it does, BAF has a health insurance plan for you. You can always count on BAF for affordable, flexible group and individual health insurance plans with professional, friendly customer service. Call them at 949-5089. BAF, your health is their priority.
Your financial news is brought to you by Cayman National, proudly serving the Cayman Islands since 1974. Visit www.caymannational.com for up-to-date information on all your banking needs. And follow us on social media.
BAF Insurance Cayman, the leader in affordable, flexible health insurance for individuals and groups.
And Hurley's, where good food happens.
The Weather Report is brought to you by Kirk Home Center. We've got a great deal in store for you.
Checking weather, the Cayman Islands government has issued a hurricane watch for Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman. A hurricane watch means hurricane conditions are likely within the next 48 hours. As of the latest check, Hurricane Beryl was located at 15.3 degrees north, 68.9 degrees west. That's about 868 miles east-southeast of Grand Cayman. The hurricane is exhibiting maximum sustained winds near 160 miles per hour and is moving west-northwest at about 22 miles per hour. Based on the latest track, the projected onset of tropical storm force winds are expected in the BRAC on Wednesday night at around 9 p.m., Little Cayman on Wednesday at 9:30, and it's expected to be felt in Grand Cayman by Thursday at 12:30 a.m. The closest point of approach right now is expected to be Grand Cayman, 41 miles south, approximately at 5 a.m. on Thursday, July 4th. For Cayman Brac, it will be 92 miles south at approximately 5 a.m. on Thursday. And the Little Cayman, the center will pass 86 miles south at approximately 5 a.m. on Thursday as well. In terms of the forecast, you can expect overcast skies with widespread thunderstorms anticipated through Wednesday evening. Tropical storm conditions are expected early Thursday morning as Hurricane Beryl approaches. Extremely rough seas and storm surges are also forecasted with swells arriving by Wednesday evening. For the sister islands, you can expect similar conditions with overcast skies and widespread thunderstorms expected from Thursday night. The proximity of Hurricane Beryl enhances the likelihood of extremely rough seas, significant swells, and storm surges. A flood warning will be in effect for the Cayman Islands with estimated daily rainfall totals between half an inch to 0.7 inches on Wednesday, between 4 and 10 inches of rain on Thursday, and between 0.2 and 0.4 inches of rain on Friday. Gusty winds are also expected. A rain warning will be in effect for the Cayman Islands. All marine vessels are advised to seek and remain in safe harbor until further notice. Swells are expected of between 5 and 7 feet, accompanied by a storm surge of between 2 and 4 feet.
At Kirk's Home Center, we can make your life much better. We got it all together. We got a great deal in store for you. From cookware to stereos, from power tools to plumbing supplies. Yeah, we got the best goods with the best price and a service to make you smile. Kirk's Home Center, we got a great deal in store for you.
The Weather Report is brought to you by Kirk Home Center. We've got a great deal in store for you.
The traffic report is brought to you by Subway. Enjoy a delicious start to your day with breakfast from Subway.
Good afternoon, Cayman. Let's take a look at your traffic situation. Of course, people are experiencing headache in the Georgetown area. Going through the motions of traffic. Edward Street, slow-moving traffic heading up to 4th Street, looking at Shedden Road itself, lots of traffic in the westward bound direction, and especially heading eastward bound towards Eastern Avenue. And of course, Eastern Avenue experiencing some traffic flow as well. Seeing on the Butterfield roundabouts, usual traffic at this time of the afternoon. Looking at Huldah Avenue, even traffic there as well in the northward bound lane towards the CNB roundabout. Even got traffic on Crew Road heading into the Georgetown area as people are still trying to get out and about, trying to do final preparations for the arrival of Hurricane Beryl. Heading towards the airport to catch your flight out to see if you can safely make it out before the storm arrives. About 8 aircraft parked at the tarmac at the airport. So if you're heading to the airport to catch your flight, you better do so now with light traffic heading towards there. And of course, heading out to the eastern districts, you got your moderate traffic as you make your way eastward and northward bound here on Grand Cayman. Little Cayman and Cayman Brac got your light traffic. Hope everybody's finishing up, getting all their plywood in place. And of course, protect it, paint it, whatever way you did it to preserve it and keep it. You don't have to be, purchasing plywood every year. Just keep it safe. All right, my friends, buckle up and stay safe. And for those of you in the Georgetown area, once again, just that headache of getting through to do what you got to do today. Just bear with it. That's your latest traffic report right here on Radio Cayman.
It's game time, Subway fans. We're upping our sub game with the Subway Series menu, an all-star lineup of 6 delicious recipes. Just order by name or number and we'll do the rest. Whether you're catching a quick lunch or just need a tasty victory, the Subway Series menu is coming in clutch. Subway Series, easy to order, hard to resist. Try it today, only at Subway. Eat fresh.
The traffic report is brought to you by Subway. Enjoy a delicious start to your day with breakfast from Subway.
Welcome to today's Midday Meditation, brought to you by Safe Harbor Lutheran Church. I am Pastor Paul, so that being justified by His grace, we might become heirs according to the hope of eternal life. Titus 3 verse 7. Maybe you enjoy watching television commercials that sell all kinds of gadgets. And at the end of the commercial, there's a pause and the phrase, "Wait, there's more." Then they promise you the extra magic paring knife or the mini can opener if you can act right now. The fun is watching this is guessing what is still to come. The marketing people must believe that we're almost convinced, but we need the promise of one more add-on and a deadline to act fast. God promises us far more than we expect. How amazing that anything more should come to us. God has already created us, redeemed us from our sins, walked with us every day, and given us the strength to face every challenge. What more could we ask? We don't deserve His gifts, but He promises us that we are heirs of eternal life and heaven. This is not an act, our invitation to get an extra paring knife or some other minimal add-on, of course. We are not brought into heaven as visitors or made to wait outside the gate. As His beloved children, adopted through the lifeblood of His Son, we will be welcomed into eternity, where our Heavenly Father will lavish us with more than we can imagine. All this is His wonderful promise. So wait, there is more. We pray. Father, thank You for making us heirs of eternal life and giving us the gift of being Your children. In Jesus' name, Amen. You're welcome to join us every Sunday, 10 a.m. at Safe Harbor Lutheran Church, 20 Memorial Crescent, or call us at 926-5491 for more information. God bless your day.
The Cayman Islands boasts of a long, colorful, and rich history. In tribute to our roots, Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands, is pleased to bring you the Historical Vignette Series, brought to you by Rotary Central. For more than 110 years, Rotary members have used their passion, energy, and intelligence to take action on sustainable projects. The Cayman Islands, He hath founded it upon the seas.
When the United States instituted prohibition between 1919 and 1933, the Cayman Islands utilized the opportunity under Commissioner Hutchings to build the treasury coffers by smuggling liquor through to the United States. In 1923, Hutchings persuaded the Assembly to pass Law Number 2 of 1923, which allowed free entry of all wines, spirits, and spirituous liquors, a mechanism which was used to turn the Cayman Islands into a storage site for liquor to be imported, stored, and subsequently exported for a fee as a means of revenue.
Since 1993, Rotary Central has worked diligently each year to provide quality bus shelters to our community. A traveling convenience to our school children, the elderly, young people going to work, guest workers, and visitors using the public bus. We, Rotary Central, help you, our advertisers, make it happen. Your marketing dollar travels a far way. Positioning your message, your product, your services, your presence in over 83 bus shelters. Every dollar you spend, every advert you place helps to build another bus shelter, providing modest comfort for Cayman travelers. Reserve space now on the only billboard medium in the Cayman Islands. Email rotaryshelters@gmail.com. rotaryshelters@gmail.com. The Bus Shelters, a partner in community convenience. Another inspiration program by Rotary Central Cayman Islands.
Radio Cayman's Historical Vignettes was brought to you by Rotary Central. For more than 110 years, Rotary members have used their passion, energy, and intelligence to take action on sustainable projects.
Talk Today is brought to you by Subway, open 24 hours in Countryside, Anderson Square in Georgetown, and Centennial Towers in West Bay. And by the Ministry of District Administration. Explore your history, explore your land, explore your sister islands. And Cayman Airways. Call them on 949-2311 to book your nonstop flights to Los Angeles and Panama. And Digicel, Cayman's bigger, better network. And Doctors Hospital. Peace of mind is important when life happens. Doctors Hospital, always there for you. Call 949-6066.
Radio Cayman's Talk Today. What is on your mind, Cayman?
Hey, welcome back and thanks for joining us. And we will do our very best to not only make this time useful to you, but to be able to ensure that you're timely and accurately informed. And we're grateful for the partnership through all of the government agencies and in particular our Health Services Authority. So as we were expecting, a few of your colleagues, Ms. Natalie, we know that look, everybody, there are the professional obligations that we have relative to our respective offices. There are personal commitments that we have. And then those are the things that we do, through our community, whether the organizations we are part of. And I still to recognize that people, there are a lot of moving parts and they're happening at the same time. Mm-hmm. So we're glad that you could come across, share with us as best as you can, reminding people how important it is that right now we do our preparations, but we also thinking about what's going to happen during the passage and then, in the aftermath. So from the HSA's perspective, what would, Ms. Natalie want to share with us? Welcome, Mom. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, everyone. And I do apologize for my colleagues. I stand in the gap for my EMS team and my pharmacy team. So, yes, we are all busy getting prepared. And I know I was here earlier this month talking about preparedness and what is expected from our residents and what the HSA have in store for them. So I just want to touch on the topic for pharmacy because now I know everyone is busy getting ready. So as it regards to pharmacy, we have already mentioned getting that 2 extra week supplies of medication, especially for our chronic patients. But in getting those 2 extra week supplies of medication, we want to ensure that you have a valid refill, a prescription. Right? So check on your boxes. If you see you have refill, if you don't, we are still open. You can go to the GP. We can go to any of our district clinics and get a prescription filled.
Right. So some people would, be coming up close to, getting their normal refills, or maybe they have seen their physicians and there might be a new script because that amount of refills have gone. We got today, tomorrow, who knows how this thing will play out and how quickly things will change.
Exactly. So we do have today and we have tomorrow. And again, keep listening to Radio Cayman. If there is any changes regarding our opening hours, that will be posted, as well as we will have our PSA put online through all our social media platform and to let you know of any changes in our situation.
Right.
But in the meantime, please do take the time out, look at your prescription, get in, call into the pharmacy, or the extension is 244-2715. That's 244-2715 or 2716.
Okay.
And again, we are going to talk about the storage of these medication, ensure that they're in plastic containers or something that is waterproof. So, and again, this 2 weeks supply of medication is supposed to be used at the end of the hurricane season. So not now, right? Later down at the end of the hurricane season. So you just have it like a backup.
Yeah, so you get it, now you hang on to it, you put it somewhere, your regular stuff is there. So maybe as health and safety manager, your official title, maybe as we listen to you, we'll recognize the importance of maybe some of us have that 2 week supply, but we have a script that is expiring or expired, or we're near the end of that normal dosage.
Yeah,
we gotta go into the supply.
Yes, yeah.
That's what we're going to do, right?
We don't want but we don't want you to go into that supply. We want you to put in that refill.
Right.
We don't want you to touch that supply any at all. It's your last resort. So if you do have refill, go ahead and put it in. And that's a very valid point.
Yeah. Because people will say, man, traffic is bad. I don't want to bother them. Yeah. And they know they have it there, but that's not what you want them to do.
That's not the expectation. Right. So another vulnerable group that we have to speak about is the expectant mothers. So now what do we do, right? So pregnant mothers who are experiencing contractions, or, whether they're in their 3rd trimester or even if it's beyond, or earlier, doesn't matter. It's an emergency. So you want to ensure that if you're OBGYN is private, you want to make sure that you make contact with them. Otherwise, you call our Women's Health Center, Women's Health Department, and you get instruction as how to move forward with that. But again, there's no restriction. If you're unsure of what to do, we are here for you. Give us a call, 949-8600.
If I might, and I'm not saying this in any other way other than a recognition of realities, right? Some of us have a good friend that we can call for anything. It may be a spouse, it may be a sibling, but sometimes the phone doesn't work. Sometimes they're not available right then and there. So with that in mind, we would hopefully be respectful and appreciative that your colleagues, you guys are people too. You've
Right.
got all the other stuff that your jobs require of you. And then at some point, you got to find time for yourselves and your preparations. So if we're calling, we're using the things, and we're not getting through that 8600 number, it's high volume of calls.
Yes.
And then sort of thoughts on us, other than to just be a little patient and considerate. But hey, people don't worry about what they worry about that affects them.
That's true, and we're going to expect that increased call, definitely. So what I'll do, I'll definitely put my own number out there as well, 244-2582. That's 244-2582. That's my extension, and I will redirect them accordingly.
Right.
So if there's any concern, and we do have a call center, let me confirm that number.
I thought I wrote a number too, but you confirmed that.
Yes.
And this is where I think we're making our preparations. Perhaps not only for our own households or businesses or those for whom we feel responsible, but many of us have friends and family. It's bearing down on Jamaica. It seems like it's going through the Caribbean, and there's been an impact, and we're worried about them. We're trying to reach them, so our minds are not just focused on this, but fearing for them.
Definitely. That is, again, we pray for our sister islands and for our community, our Caribbean community who have experiences, and those who are under threat.
Yeah.
We do keep them in our prayers.
Yeah, and this is, I think, as I was speaking to someone earlier, I mean, he did the best. Like me, I think he finds laughter to be a good medicine, right? And I can't imitate him in any way, because he just has a particular way of words, right? But he was adding a little bit of levity and, understanding the importance of our preparations,
Right.
and not. But he shared, if it skirts Haiti, for instance, it could be a significant impact given their landscape. If it goes over Jamaica, the potential again for the mudslides and all the other things, but the impact of people's lives.
Yes.
And then it comes across here. Again, the whole Caribbean has been impacted by this, from Barbados straight through to the back problem.
Exactly. So, as I said, mentioned before, we do keep them in our prayers. It's our time now to do our level of preparedness. And again, because of our experience with Ivan, we are more vigilant. We are more, in tune with what is expected of us. And from the health services standpoint, we want to ensure that we keep our residents, aware, informed, updated on what's happening regarding us. And I want to mention, as we talk about providing that safe shelter for residents, we want to talk about our emergency medical center.
Yes.
I know earlier in the year we spoke about 9 of them, but from communication coming from Hazard Management Cayman Islands, I know that 5 will be open. And again, in terms of when they will be open, again, there will be continuous communication, but we are getting a level of readiness, and the 5 main ones that will be open for the Cayman Islands, Grand Cayman, is West Bay Primary School Hall, John Gray Gym, Bordentown Primary School, Clifton Hunter Hall, and Civic Center, Eastern Civic Center. So I would say that again. It is the West Bay Primary School Hall, John Gray Gymnasium, Bordentown Primary School, Clifton Hunter Gym, and Eastern Civic Center. And 2 of these shelters are pet-friendly shelters, even though they are emergency medical centers as well.
Okay.
And as we talk about emergency medical centers, or nurses in the district would have already gathered this information of patients who are bedbound or who may need assistance in terms of transport to these shelters. So that would have been compiled already. If there's any residents who are not sure of what to do and their name is on that list, reach out to the shelter or the clinic closest to you, and the nurses there will provide assistance.
Okay. Now, people might know better, but in East End there are 2 civic centers, and you said East End. Which one of the 2?
Oh, sorry about that. So in terms of East End, the one that I'm speaking of is the William Allen McLaughlin Civic Center.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you for that.
No.
I didn't know there was still.
There are 2, yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, East End is an important. Listen, East End is like the official country in itself, Now, the reason why I should thank you, because many of us take so much for granted. We probably why we give directions. No, you turn by Mr. Brother House. No, go down by that wall, because we're familiar with it.
Yes, that's
and then
true.
Other things happen, and
Yeah.
we forget, or we sometimes are not cognizant that people may be new or people may be even new to that area. So those 5, those are emergency medical centers.
Right.
Okay.
So when we talk about those emergency medical centers, who do we is expected to be there? So there is definitely a criteria for these shelters, and there are persons who are oxygen dependent, wheelchair bound with medical needs, individual with severe or reduced mobility, person with mental illness who are non-violent, medically impaired individual who are unable to maintain activities of daily living. So they may be persons with tracheostomy, colostomy, asthmatic person, pregnant mothers, as I mentioned before, persons with dementia who cannot be maintained at a regular shelter. So they are welcome to these emergency centers. I also want to emphasize the need that if these residents or patients who require assistance or will be at the medical center have caregivers, the caregivers are expected to come in with them.
So whether that's the appointed caregiver that's normally or a family, but someone who's familiar with the person coming with that person.
Yes,
okay.
That's the expectation.
Okay, and I don't have it. I put it up, but I took it off screen. There is a capacity in everything. I mean, most of us can. I won't ask you what it is, but
thank you.
No, I have it here. Government official site send it out, so I have a graphic with it, and I want to say that to people. There's a capacity. The World Cup match is being played. The stadium can only hold 110,000 people. It's only 110,000 people can go in that stadium.
Exactly.
You have a dinner table and you can only seat 10. You may squeeze in, but it's 10. So there is a capacity. Know that there is that capacity. I was going to joke and say that in the criteria you reference oxygen dependent. I am oxygen dependent. I mean, I tried, breathing through my ears, but
I like that. So if you require supplemental oxygen, please. And that's the criteria that we're talking about. And that's a very valid point. I think this is the second time this week I'm hearing this.
We have some, and the thing with that, as we take this break, I want to emphasize that some people we know it, so family and friends, it may be us, and we have the oxygen cylinders. Get those service regular, get them refilled now.
Take them in with you.
And please take them with you.
Take them with you, exactly. Anything that you use at home, take it in with you. Your CPAP machine, anything.
Yeah, carry that thing. Okay.
Exactly.
And that's kind of what I want to emphasize, because we get panicky. We get thinking, I don't want to take up too much space. I can leave this or that. And you would think, well, the oxygen cylinder wouldn't be something that people might forget, but in their haste or in their thing, they might. Okay, so Miss Natalie, when we come back, I know you have a few more minutes you can share with us until you we have to go at 1. But let's take this break, and when you come back as the health and safety manager over at HSA, you can share with us some more.
Yes, definitely.
All right. If you have a question or a comment, you can share now. We will do our best to ensure that in preparing, we're sharing. So stay tuned for Talk Today.
Summer's heating up, and so are the good times. Whether you are out on the water, enjoying the beach, or gathering with colleagues for an office bash, make it a feast to remember with Subway. From assorted sandwich platters to mouth-watering cookies, our catering menu has something for everyone. Perfect for groups of 5 or more. For food that's fresh, fast, and perfect for any occasion, choose Subway Catering. Visit subway.ky for catering options. Subway. Eat fresh.
You know who this is? That same old girl that went to Hollywood and Panama? Well, guess what? The fun ain't done yet, because this year, I'm going to country concerts in Denver. I got kick up my heels in Times Square. I got keep living the dream with Cayman Airways. We so blessed to have them. I tell you what though, this old girl's feeling younger than ever.
Make your travel dreams come true with Cayman Airways, offering international non-stop flights from Cayman to New York, Miami, Tampa, Denver, Los Angeles, Panama, Kingston, Mobay, La Ceiba, and Havana. Enjoy free rum punch, free in-flight entertainment, free seat selection, and free meals on select flights. Call 949-2311, contact a travel agent, or visit CaymanAirways.com.
Find your dream car with a Cayman National Vehicle Loan. Enjoy 100% financing, up to 8-year repayment, and a 7% fixed interest rate for the first 5 years. For eco-friendly cars, we'll waive your commitment fee. This only applies to new vehicles. Call 949-8300 or email lending@caymannational.com today.
caring and community spirit, cherished family and cultural values. These are some of the things that still embodies the Caymanian way of life in the Eastern Districts today. Savannah Pharmacy, your neighborhood pharmacy, located in Countryside Shopping Village, is delighted to offer products and services of real value. Whether it's catering to your family's medical needs or carrying apparel, gifts, and beauty products, Savannah Pharmacy provides you with more than just prescriptions. Remember, they're always just around the corner with everything your family needs and convenient opening hours, including Sundays and holidays. Savannah Pharmacy. For more information, call 946-3336.
Prescription refills made easy at Savannah Pharmacy. WhatsApp your prescription refills to 929-5045.
If you're a parent, you know that providing your child with a quality early childhood education can be expensive. However, the Ministry of Education offers financial assistance through its Early Childhood Assistance Program to help qualifying Caymanian families cover the costs at registered early childhood settings. Visit our online application portal at moeapplications.gov.ky to learn more and get started. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education.
It's game time, Subway fans. We're upping our sub game with the Subway Series menu, an all-star lineup of 6 delicious recipes. Just order by name or number and we'll do the rest. Whether you're catching a quick lunch or just need a tasty victory, the Subway Series menu is coming in clutch. Subway Series, easy to order, hard to resist. Try it today, only at Subway. Eat fresh.
Radio Cayman's Talk Today. What is on your mind, Cayman?
Hey, welcome back. Thank you so much. And, for what it's worth, if I may say publicly, not just to have the pleasure with this continued partnership with the Health Services Authority, but as we speak to Miss Natalie, you just witness it, the fantastic team that we have here. If Miss Norma, Miss Paulette, and all the guys would allow me to share publicly, they're the reason why work isn't so terrible, why it's actually joyful, why it's a pleasure to whether you sleep or not to be able to come in. I mean, I don't want to ask you to get into it, but amazing people, no?
Yeah, teamwork.
See?
Working behind the scene. You didn't even notice.
And the thing with, I know she's going to probably get embarrassed publicly, but the thing with Miss Norma, she'll answer the phone, she'll photocopy it, she'll come and do the board. She'll probably, I don't think she'll come to the talk show. But she'll also pull you aside and say, man, put up your pants, step straight, do the right thing.
Yeah.
She's willing to do all that stuff, right? And that's the example from her, Miss Paul, everybody. And that's what makes it happen. You're not too good to do anything.
Yep.
You don't do anything looking for any praise. You just do it because it needs to be done. Man, I'm going to miss them when I retire.
You have quite a few years from now.
You sure? Oh, thank you. I still look young, huh?
Yes.
I say that to sort of invite people. I recognize that many of us are probably feeling even more stressed, even though we didn't think that was possible. We're worried about our own safety, but probably more about those around us. Here in the Cayman Islands, but probably in the region. We're just worried, even though we know we shouldn't. How can we give them two things? One, that sense of reassurance. Hey, things are not going to be as bad as it is, but if not, at the end of the day, we're going to work together. From the HSA's perspective, the emergency medical centers are going to be open to staff. There are all these things, these resources. And then secondly, just kind of, I'm not sure how to say it only, but not just be prayerful. Be very deliberate and conscious in trying to do what you can in these, sort of remaining hours as we prepare, from picking up stuff around our place that they don't become projectiles. So checking on our neighbors, and maybe they need a little extra water. Maybe they need a little bit of help getting their place secure. I mean, as best as you can, Miss Amber, share with us, huh?
Exactly. That's a very valid point. We are as weak as we are strong as our weakest link, right? Yeah. And together, working together, it's better. Teamwork really does make the dream work. It may sound cliche, but it is exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And alleviating that fear is really starting with your own level of preparedness.
Yes.
And have to be mindful too about uncertainties, and then being prepared to, no matter what the challenge is, willing to take it up. And as I talk about being mindful, I want to also put the number out there for our mental health support. If anybody feel overwhelmed and, just going through a lot right now and just need someone to speak to, to talk to, this is the number that you can call. Our lines are open, actually, from 6 p.m. to 11. So it's called K-Mind and the mental health helpline, and the number is 1-800-534-6463. And I'll say that again. It's 1-800-534-6463. And that's K-Mind. And you can call it anytime, right? So you don't have to wait on any specific opening time. Just go ahead. You feel overwhelmed right now, feeling anxious, and you just want someone to talk to. This is the time to do so.
Yeah.
I want to backtrack a little, Dwayne, if that's okay with
you. Of course.
So you did mention a very valid point. If we become inundated with calls and we can't get the calls based on the 949-8600 number, we do have a call center. So we're going to put that number out there again for the residents. It's 244-8463 or 244-8460. So 244-8463 or 244-8460, and that is for our call center.
Now, with that call center, do you right now, do you know whether that's going to be available 24 hours a day? Is it only operational at certain times for our public? Because it's going to be a lot of calls coming.
Yeah, and I think we will see the need as it arises, and if we do require it to be open for 24 hours, we do have the staff to make that happen. Okay. So again, we'll put that out there in our PSA, in our social media platform for residents to be aware of.
Right. And all right, the final break for our segment.
Just want to say about our emergency services, and we just need to be mindful. Our EMS staff, they're here for you. But when the winds become tropical storm winds, they won't be able to come out. So again, they still call 911 if there's any emergency, but everybody's safety is their priority as well. They can't render any assistance if they are not safe. So we want to keep that in mind, residents, as we approach the weather system coming up. So once the wind speed is at a certain level and it's not safe for EMS staff to come out, they won't be able to do so. But we want to make sure and really emphasize that for our residents who will need support at the emergency medical center, the EMS staff and the transport vehicle will be able to take you there. If there are any concerns, reach out to our clinics that is nearby. We want to also pause to say about our dialysis and oncology services. So our dialysis team, they already have a process in place and they're starting to dialyze patients and ensuring that patients are okay. So if there's any dialysis patients that are out there who have any question for us, it's 244-2769, 244-2624 for dialysis. And for oncology department, if there are any questions, I know the oncology team is already reaching out to their patients. But if the patients are there, haven't heard from them as yet, and want to make a call and want to find out what's happening, please go ahead and speak with them. Call them directly at 244-2872 or 244-2706.
So 244-2872 or 2706?
244-2872.
2872 for oncology, right?
Yes.
Or
2872.
Or 2706. All right.
Yes.
And I'll ask you for dialysis before you leave again to remind us. Now, so much to do, but we're glad that we can do it together and we have each other's backs.
Yeah.
We'll get through this.
Of course.
All
we
right.
will, right?
All right.
We will get through this.
Yeah, man.
Again, reach out to your neighbors, reach out to your friend, check on them, see how they're doing. When in doubt, call us. just call someone, right? Check in.
Call a friend. All right. We got a break, but I know you want to go to your meeting at 1. Your call. You want to stay and come back for a few minutes, or you want to exit? Because I enjoy your company. You have good things to share.
Oh, thank you. I do enjoy yours as well.
Miss Natalie Harvard Call. I'm going to be here right after the break until 1 o'clock. Stay tuned.
At Doctors Hospital, we know life happens, and usually when you least expect it. So when unexpected medical issues arise, you need quality care close to home. Located in the heart of Georgetown, our accomplished team of physicians and medical staff treat minor urgent conditions such as migraines, chest and abdominal pain, shortness of breath, burns, broken bones, open wounds, and more. 24 hours, 7 days a week with no appointment necessary. Peace of mind is important when life happens. At Doctors Hospital, we're always here just for you. Need to speak to someone? Call 949-6066.
Please be advised that the Cayman Islands is now under a hurricane watch for Hurricane Beryl. Water Authority Cayman would like to urge all customers to finalize their hurricane preparations and recommends that they take note of the preparedness recommendations found at www.caymanprepared.gov.ky, as well as the water and sewage specific tips on our website at www.waterauthority.ky. Depending on the forecasted path and predicted severity of the storm, it may be necessary for the authority to temporarily interrupt water service in order to protect the storage reserves for reservation. Should this action be necessary, the authority will give as much notice as possible once such a decision has been made. Customers should ensure they have sufficient water stored for drinking and non-drinking purposes. If you are planning to shelter somewhere other than your property, the Water Authority advises you to turn off the customer shut-off valve to prevent unexpectedly high water bills and property damage should a leak occur in your property's plumbing during the storm. Please continue to follow official channels, listen to your radio, or visit our website and or social media accounts for further updates.
Discover your dream home with Cayman National's home loan. Get up to 95% financing, repayment up to 40 years, and just a 0.5% commitment fee. Your interest rate? Depending on your risk factors, it'll be fixed or variable. Plus, you get a pre-approved credit card. This is a limited time offer. Dial 949-8300 or email lending@caymannational.com today.
This is Rakeem Lashley, and I work in the water and wastewater sector. I am concerned about the vulnerability of our island's sewage systems to climate impacts. Flooding is becoming a bigger concern due to rising sea levels and more intense rainfall events. This can compromise sanitation systems and put the health and safety of our people at risk. So protecting our environment and strengthening critical infrastructure are priorities. To learn more about the climate risks to our islands, visit www.gov.ky/climate change policy.
In anticipation of Hurricane Beryl's arrival, Water Authority Cayman will reconnect service to all customers who were disconnected in the last month for non-payment. Reconnection started on yesterday, Monday, 1st July. This is to ensure that all customers can make the necessary preparations and store sufficient water for drinking and non-drinking purposes. Following the passing of the storm, any accounts not brought to good standing will be disconnected again. The authority encourages all customers to take note of the various storm preparedness recommendations found at www.caymanprepared.gov.ky and the water and sewage specific tips on our website at www.waterauthority.ky. Please continue to follow official channels, listen to your radio, or visit their website and or social media accounts for further updates.
Radio Cayman's Talk Today. What is on your mind, Cayman?
Hey, welcome back, and we will, thankfully extend Talk Today until 3 p.m. We want to make sure that each and everyone has a chance to share the question and to, help us together. We're always grateful to the extended and continued partnership with Health Services Authority. Their Health and Safety Manager, Ms. Natalie Harvey-Corm, joins us, and that sort of reassurance that we give people hopefully allows us to appreciate, Ms. Natalie, that we got to do as much as we can now that we can for ourselves, but for each other. But there are probably things that we may postpone. We don't need to do that yet. And then
agreed
down a few days, if God forbid the weather does come as it's projected, forecasted, we wish we had. So do it now.
Right.
All right.
Do it now.
Do it now, man. Hey, listen, nothing beats, anyway.
But very, very salient point, level of preparedness and readiness, it's always something that we talk about.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm not sure about you, but sometimes when the closer the system gets to us, that's when we actually preparing, right? Seems weird.
It's probably very similar to why we procrastinate. We know we got to study. We know we got to get somewhere, but I still got an hour. Oh, I got 5 minutes. Get it done. Don't put off tomorrow what you can do today.
Exactly.
It's so true. And my uncle, long before there was any sort of official things, he would always buy a couple of things every week.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time the hurricane season started, he had a decent stockpile.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything perishable. It wasn't anything major, and it made sense. But that's very much how their generation lived. They made provision. They understood the value of time. We need to do the same now.
Yes.
Anyway, you can keep preaching to the choir.
And when we keep doing so, we keep reinforcing the expectation from from the health services to our residents, because remember, we remain committed to our residents, and with healthcare, it's continuous 24/7, right? And so we have to do our due diligence as healthcare providers to make sure the information is there. Residents cannot be inundated with it. Information is never too much, right?
Yeah.
So,
accurate, timely information that is presented in a way that doesn't inflame but informs, doesn't incite, that sort of aggression. You like that, huh?
Yeah.
That could be alright. But also people get fearful sometimes. Anyway.
Yes.
Panicking.
So again, and as you so mentioned, remember, Cayman Mine, reach out, speak with us. For our overseas treatment, we have to make some mention of that. Don't be caught empty-handed or off guard. I think at the start of the hurricane season, I hope residents would have already looked into their passport and see. It's not too late now, but still, we still have time, because hurricane season ends the 30th of November. But still take the time out to make sure that your travel documents are updated and that everything is needed.
And that's a good point, in that, we're now expecting to hopefully have concluded our preparations for this storm system. But whatever date today is, it's July the 2nd, so Tuesday, I remember that. Officially, man is determined that the hurricane season is going to end at the 30th of November. So there may be subsequent systems, whether there's one after this one immediately or whether there's one a few months or there's none.
Yeah.
But in 2004 into 2005 January, we saw the hurricanes decide to figure out, you don't tell us when we're coming. So being prepared. But it may not be a hurricane, it may be some other disaster. So get your stuff, your passports and everything in place, right?
Right, exactly. Right. And we talk about passport and the visa, but also the insurance, getting that, making sure that premium is paid. And
that insurance. I got good insurance because I got my brothers, right? But no, I got to pay my premium. So thanks for reminding me.
Premium and making it current. So a lot to share, always a lot of information to give, and I know it's only a short time that I've shared this information. Again, there's any questions, any concerns, reach out to us directly.
Okay. I know you have a meeting. Thank you. And again, as you shared on behalf of your colleagues, they were not able to join you, but you spoke well for the pharmacy and the EMS.
Yes.
Anything in particular for the BRAC and Little Cayman that you could share with us? We don't want them to feel that they're excluded, that they're not important as they are. We have a fantastic facility, both within the Faith Hospital, but the community as a whole.
Definitely. And thank you for that, because we don't want to leave out our sister island, because they too will feel some impact of what's coming our way. And the Ashton Rotty Center, which is also a medical emergency center, will be activated, and I know our team from the Faith Hospital will be providing services as needed with that, and communication will be going out to the residents of Cayman Brac. Public Works Department in Little Cayman, that building is a EMC, and that will be manned by our emergency staff, or nurses there, and our physicians.
Okay. And people, still, we have a somewhat, not as much as I would like it to be, or as much as it will be in a short order, but we still have integrated sort of connected community.
Definitely.
And let's
We're
leverage
always,
that.
Yeah, we're always in communication with them. They know they have us as support team. And so we also reach out to our facilities manager there and our disaster coordinator there to just make sure they are ready too from the standpoint. And I spoke with him earlier, Mr. Ralston Dilbert. Shout out to you, Mr. Ralston.
Good guy, huh?
Yeah, he's doing a fantabulous job. I'm not sure if that's a word though.
It is now. Right. Listen,
he's doing a great job
word.
there. So kudos to Ralston and the team from Cayman Brack. And the same information applies regarding pharmacy and supplies there as well.
Okay. Well, Radio Cayman as always, and we saw it during Ivan. I've been on top of things. You guys at HSA across all 3 islands. So let us know how we can help.
Yeah.
And looking forward to having you and your team as often as necessary. All right.
Great. Thank you so much for having us.
All right. Well,
or having me, I should say. I think I made that speech in preparation for my other 2 colleagues.
there you go.
But no, they're not here. So thank
It's
you for having
You're
me.
most welcome. It's the collective we, together. I should stand in the gap so that the individual is accountable, but it's the we that get things done. 2 hands to clap, only one to beat the chest. Let's clap in unison. All right, Miss Natalie. Take care. Be safe. All right.
Bye.
I was going to pause. When we come back, we invite you to call and share, and you can, I'll listen. Who knows? I might even help. Stay tuned.
Radio station. Radio Cayman is the voice of the Cayman Islands. From Radio Cayman's newsroom, this is Headlines. Local, regional, international news.
The headline news is brought to you by Kirk Market and Health Services Authority.
With a look at your latest headlines, I'm Jevi Ebanks. As of 1 p.m. today, the 2nd of July, Hurricane Beryl is located 15.6 degrees north, 69.9 degrees west, moving west-northwest at 22 miles per hour. Hurricane Beryl has sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. Beryl is forecasted to remain a powerful hurricane as it moves across the Caribbean Sea later this week. A hurricane warning is in effect for Jamaica, where hurricane conditions are expected on Wednesday. A tropical storm warning is in effect for the south coast of Hispaniola, and a hurricane watch is in effect for all of the Cayman Islands and the southwestern peninsula of Haiti. Water Authority Cayman is urging customers to finalize their hurricane preparations. Depending on the forecasted path and predicted severity of the storm, it may be necessary for the Water Authority to temporarily interrupt service in order to protect the storage reserves for restoration. Should this action be necessary, the authority will give as much notice as possible once a decision has been made. Customers should ensure they have sufficient water stored for drinking and non-drinking purposes. HSA Pharmacy advises patients taking chronic medication to ensure you have a 2-week supply on hand during the hurricane season. If you have already filled up your prescription and have 2 to 3 weeks of medication currently on hand, you do not need additional refills at this time. The Cayman Islands Blood Bank urgently requests donations of O-positive and O-negative blood today, the 2nd of July, and tomorrow, the 3rd of July. The request comes in anticipation of Hurricane Beryl. These specific blood types are critically needed to ensure the blood bank is prepared for any emergencies that may arise during and after the storm. That is your latest headlines. I'm Jevi Ebanks.
Radio Cayman. More news available at www.radiocayman.gov.ky. Check out our social media pages: Facebook, YouTube, X, formerly Twitter, Radio Cayman Headline News.
Emergency medical centers, also referred to as EMCs, are located at select public shelters and are used to provide medical services during a storm if necessary. They are equipped with the appropriate staffing, equipment, power sources, and medical supplies for patients in the community who need assistance. If a caregiver is needed, the caregiver from the home is expected to accompany and remain with the person at the shelter. Persons who go to the EMC should take their medication and any other required supplies with them. As a reminder, HSA facilities, including the district health centers, are not general hurricane shelters for the public. If you need shelter, please go to a district hurricane shelter.
At Kirk Market, it's so easy to eat well and find healthy options. With their fresh veggies from local farmers, hormone-free chicken, local seafood, and grass-fed meats, Kirk Market has delicious, quality food at the best prices. And you must check out their fresh salad bar, hot bar, and med bar for daily healthy options on the go. Their delicious dishes are made with fresh, high-quality ingredients such as prime meats and organic veggies. Eating great is important to me. That's why Kirk Market is my store. Kirk Market. Eat well, live well, and shop happy.
Radio Cayman is government-owned. Radio Cayman's first broadcast was in Easter of 1976. We officially began broadcasting in December of the same year. We used to end our broadcast day at 11:30 p.m. and signed off for the night. Years later, we began broadcasting 24/7. Radio Cayman is a hybrid of community, public, and commercial radio. Radio Cayman offers news, talk, and music. And our sister station, Breeze FM, which was started in the 80s, offers music and news headlines. Radio Cayman, the voice of the Cayman Islands.
Radio Cayman's Talk Today. What is on your mind, Cayman?
Hey, welcome back, and thanks for joining us. It is open line. We will take talk today very deliberately. Thanks to Miss Norma for ensuring that we have that time. It'll go to 3 p.m. today. We started at 11 a.m. just to give you a chance to share, to ask a question, maybe to have something addressed. Just a quick heads up: 1:30 p.m. We're expecting Mr. Mark Tibbetts to call in. We have a chat with him about preparations on the brack and the like. I know many of us thankful that we have people that we can rely on, who we ourselves, are dependent on to do things, and that's great. But there are probably some of us who don't have that sort of resource. So if you can, as you prepare, for yourselves and for those for whom you have a connection or a responsibility, remember to be your brother's keeper, and genuinely, not as some perhaps have shared yesterday, allegations about price gouging. But it's not just at the retail stores. There's probably people who are taking advantage of the opportunity, and what may be something that they'll do for $10, they'll do it for $100 now because they can. People are anxious, they're a bit apprehensive, they're a bit fearful. They want something done from that tree that maybe needs limbing or trimming, to the debris around their yards that they want to clear up. Some people will use this opportunity and take advantage of others in many ways. Please don't do that. That only speaks to your low integrity or lack thereof. If you're offended by that, well, you should be. We are better than that as a people. Let's come together. Let's not do anything to instill in a more fear and anxiety. And I say that sometimes on a personal level. I see things that are supposedly official, verified to be from official channels, but just the way it's said in my ears and eyes, it resonates in a way that could be a lot more informative and less inflammatory. You should have the good sense, for example, to not go out in rough weathers and try to surf or swim, but that doesn't mean that you should be precluded from going to the shores and watching, when it's safely to do so, the seas, but not in the midst of a hurricane. You would think many people would know better, but you come to recognize that some don't. That aside, I say that, and again, call me if you feel it's improper, but there are too many of us who become dependent on governments and everybody. Where are we as people to take responsibility and to do for ourselves, and not only for ourselves, but for others? What I say, you're hard back man, still relying on handout from mama or from the politician. That's not how I was raised. You were raised to do for yourself and to help others as best as you can. You ever seen some instances, as I know many of us thankful to have, that person is helping you from very little financially, and they have obviously known ailments and illnesses, and yet they're right there working harder than you, who seemingly should be considered, and from all intents and purposes and observation, young and healthy, but you're just sitting on your hands or with your hands extended. No, man, that's not the society that we are. So we're here to help, not to hinder. We're here to extend, as best as we can, assistance to those, not, exploit them, not extort them, not act in ways where, if we look at the illegal lease, might be considered to be price gouging. Like I said, whether it's the price of the goods on the shelves, but that's not the only thing. You're offering to use your truck to take away something from somebody's house, and instead of doing it out of your sheer goodness of your heart and accepting a little token of appreciation, you say, boy, you want it done, this will cost you $1,000. And we've seen that after Ivan, where many people done the same thing. I hope that and pray that's not the society that we are leaving for our children or that we are observing now. But again, some of you can be offended, and so be it. I say that to ask, as Mr. George and others have shared, we're going to be in prayer. But my understanding, prayer is important, but faith without works is dead, the scripture says. So that means we got to do something physically. You got to plywood, you got to put it up, and not gonna magically, because you blink your eyes, get secured in place. At least I haven't seen that yet. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I was just trying to get on there because something I like to share,
Yes, man. Thank you for doing so.
Yeah, during what I did there was to get ice, I use like ice cream containers and whatever, and made a lot of ice because I had a deep freeze, And then what I did was I had a cooler. So what I would do each day was to take out what stuff I would use for the day, and then lock the deep freeze back, and just keep ice on the stuff I would use for the day. Because it was a big problem for us in the house. So we got current back to late in December,
Yeah, you guys were out of, what, 4 months almost, right?
Yeah, I just want to share that,
Yeah. Now, for the deep freeze, I know some of us have good, decent, just ordinarily ice coolers and but for your deep freeze, you froze the ice. That was a good example that you showed creativity. But without power, did you have a generator? How did your ice...
No, I didn't have no generator, but that's why I just... Well, after a while, we could get ice from different places,
Right.
But for the first going off, by me freezing... Because the bigger the blocks of ice is, the longer they last, And then I would keep the deep freeze locked during the day. I would just take out what I need for the day and put it in a cooler.
Okay.
With ice,
Yeah, so you can...
Lock the deep freeze back. That you didn't be going in it all the time,
Yeah, you made your preparations beforehand, and then as you needed it, you took it, but you were sensible about, keeping it safe, keeping it secure.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right. What else, if you can share? That was a creative, ingenious idea, taking those containers and freezing. Any other thing that you remember that you did that other people might consider doing now?
Well, I just had one little incident that happened to me, but thank God that day I had a cordless drill, because one window started blow up, so I just used a cordless drill and fastened that back in, so...
Okay.
And we went through it. Minimal damage, most of it shingles blow off, and that was about it,
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. And as you said, I'm hearing you tell us, in addition to batteries for our flashlights and lanterns and the like, if we got power tools that are cordless, charge them up now too, so that they're accessible to us and ready to go if we need them.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I pray that you and everybody will be safe, and we will be sensible, especially in our preparations now, and considerate, but after too, helping each other and not become this thing that seemingly is taking hold around the world, where people are not the most civil anymore, man. But
yes,
who knows?
Sir.
All right, take care of yourself. All right.
Yes, sir. You take care.
All
God
right.
bless.
God bless, man. Thanks for that caller for sharing. Let's take this next call. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Hi, Dwayne, Sterling.
How are you?
All right. I was just calling to say that the credit union is open today until 5 p.m. So for those persons still trying to do some banking.
Oh, thank you. I need to get there, man. I made some strange, weird reason. I just forgot Monday was a holiday. Didn't realize that this could be a weather system coming in, and I need a couple of things done for them. But let's see if I can manage that. So 5 p.m. today, credit union will remain open.
Yes.
All right. For a fee, you think you'll be willing to go and do some stuff for me? That's kidding. How are you doing before taking this call? Are you okay? You getting through all right?
Yeah, we were all prepared.
All right. Well, I'm glad. And I know it's as much as we're trying to be a little lighthearted.
Have a
Try.
we call that PTSD from Ivan, but so it go.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, because many of us are still feeling the effects of it. We remembering how it felt before. We know what we experienced during, and then that sort of unsettledness for a long time after, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, you got people around you, so take care of yourself, okay?
Okay then, bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Thanks for the caller. So the credit union, she shares, and understanding that the staff there obviously need to do things for themselves as well. So let's be considerate, okay? Let's take this next call, though. Hey, welcome. Thank you for calling.
Hi.
Hey, welcome back. You good?
Oh, Sterling. Yes, I'm just tired. Sterling, when these things starts to happen here in the island and you have to go out there and mix and mingle, it just shows you how our population is growing rapidly and we do not have the structure to accommodate
the
amount of people that we have on this island, and we're here crying and dying for more population. They're not even civil, population get to a point, because we know some people can have babies, so they will make the population grow, but we're still looking more population and babies being made at the same time.
Yeah.
But I was by Foster's countryside. I've been trying to help in the community. Like I said, I took a senior to the grocery store, and she was one way and I was the next way. So everybody there in line, and we had these came on the outer line, wanting the people in the upper line to ring up their items for them. And old me caught that. So I went out like a firecracker. Anyhow, I say, no. Come on. Everybody's in a line. You all need to respect the line. You all cannot do this, please. And I got so irate. I say, you see this shirt I got on here? I pull it from my chest. I say, I wear this with pride. I had on my flag shirt, my Cayman flag shirt. And I was at the peak of my voice, and everybody looking at me. And I say, and some of the staff looking at me, and I'm like, yeah, go ahead and call the police. Go and call the police, because people needs to stay in order and stay in their line until it's their turn. Nobody in here wants to go out any quicker than the other individual. So, don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Well, and my girlfriend, she went to Price Right, and someone tried to walk over her, and she told, and he could tell her that he's that. She said, I don't think so. My birth paper say Georgetown Hospital residence Borden Town. So that's what he said to the individual, But we're not respecting each other, regardless if hurricane, whatever the case may be going on this island. We just acting like we so immature, and it's all about me at that moment, and to heck with the other peoples around us. And we got to learn to respect as we move along in this island. This island is so small to be living the way we are living. I mean, I see people in the grocery store, they have one item. I say, you can go ahead of me, miss. You can go ahead me, sir. And they say, like, really? I say, yes. But when you're going to try to walk over the line or walk over me, you know what I can't do in Western song say, right? But anyhow, Sterling, I just pray to God that, everything will be okay. And I'm just asking everybody to just put God first in all of this mess right now.
Right. Let me ask. Other risk that it'll be misconstrued, that there'll be those with the malicious minds who want to, misrepresent it, right? But you just said about the population in terms of the number of people, and there's probably some merit to that, and probably some need for us to assess what the economists and the would talk about the carrying capacity. How many people can be accommodated in a space and in a particular time, all right? But with that in mind, is it, and I'm not going to couch this in any language to be diplomatic, not necessarily polite, but is it that it's not only the sheer number of people I'll use a word from my local sort of colloquialism or parlance, and one that a friend has used that has a similar connotation. Is it that it isn't just the number of people, it's the type of people? I would call fudders. She calls it riffraff. Is it that we've got people in this country who they just, I mean, there's nothing to them, right? And I'm not talking about people based on color, ethnicity, or the financial status. These are just people that no matter what they are, they know nothing. I mean, they just come.
They just show their ways.
Yeah, they just
They bring their nasty ways with them.
Yeah.
I mean, when they came here, they find love and respect and care and concern.
Yeah.
That's what they find when they came. That's why the Jews came onto a degree. And the dollar bill is so stronger than just about anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
So if you're going to come here and mix amongst us, come on and respect what you find here.
Right.
And then we won't have to go off when you walk over us.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, and this isn't something that applies to people in any one category. It's across the board. There are a lot of people here who, I like how you said it, the old nasty dirty ways, as one fella say, right? They haven't been, how you would say, either put in their place or reminded that whatever your nastiness is, keep it there, right? But so that we don't misunderstand, there are a lot of us here, whether we go back generationally or whether we've only been here for a few seconds, we're starting to act the same way, right?
Of course.
And that love and kindness, that civility, that sensibility, we're not extending that love to each other, right? We're just
because they're putting bitterness in our mouths, in our children.
Well,
our kindness and our love and our care and concern is turning to bitterness to the fact of them disrespecting what they come across.
Right.
And
but
when
if
you come across, you got to respect each other, regardless of what color we are and where we're from.
Yeah, I mean, color, creed, class, those things maybe mean something to some people. To me, they have little or no place when it comes to humanity, humility, and the like, right? But we haven't, and it's probably global. It's probably not just here, but because the space
all
is
over
so
the world.
We've seen a lot of
so
a lot of nastiness in terms of where people carry on, right? Now maybe it's something in the air, the water, the injection. I don't know, but and if
I
people,
just think, Sterling, that I feel like they, I'm going to use it blank too.
Yes, ma'am.
They hear about the island. They want to come here. And they see how we live and say, you know what? They ain't living no better than me. I'm gonna make their life a living hell. And I gotta try to stay as long as I can, because I'm gonna get some of this milk and honey as well too. And for me to get that, I'm gonna step on their corns and get what I have to get. They didn't come here and say, you know what? I'm gonna try to go and live like the Caymanians that I go there and find and be nice and courteous and help out and respect and thank you, no sir, and let the hold the door and all that kind of stuff when you go in somewhere into a building. And
I hear you.
We don't. Yeah. Let me tell you something, Sterling. I say we got very few men left in the world today, and I mean real, genuine men. I'm gonna give a little example. When me and my girlfriend went to look for the sand for her yesterday, me and her, my cousin, my nephew tried crossing. I waved him down. He came and he helped us. But I got the stuff, but he had some surgery, so he did his best.
Right.
So me and her, he carried one end and I carried the next end. So these two guys pull up and said, "We get the sandbags from?" I say, "You have to buy the sandbags, sir, but I understand that down by Lion Center has some for free." So he said he wasn't going to go that far, so they came and started getting the sand in the containers. So I said to my girlfriend, "Boys, very few good men left in the world today, So I had a guy. You need some help? And he picked up that bag, he picked up a bullet and put it over his shoulder.
Yeah, well, sometimes.
Put it in my girlfriend's car.
There you go. Well,
all she could do was laugh. She said, "Boy, John, you gotta go, You gotta go."
All right.
But Sterling, I know you probably got to go, but I would love to talk about downtown Georgetown where they're doing this road work by the post office and across the Cape and Wireless. But if you have to go, I can call back, or if you finish for the day, I understand.
No, we're going to 3, but we got 2 other calls that maybe you want to talk about, some of the stuff, or you can shout back.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll probably call back another day.
Yes,
there
ma'am.
we go.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
You're most welcome. All right, let's take these next calls. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, good afternoon there.
Hey, how are you, man? How are things for you on your end? Getting prepared?
Yeah, man. just have a concern with the containers on West Point Road with all the construction that's going on.
Okay, yes.
A lot of construction is going on the seaside.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a lot of containers, and I see that I have one right across the road from where I'm staying, and it's not anchored down, which it should be anchored down, like how I would say anchors like how CUC uses for the wooden light poles. They need to have these containers anchored down because it's very dangerous when the sea surge occurs or heavy winds along with the water. It can put a lot of pressure on these containers and move them very, very far.
Right.
So I don't know what the government is able to do. I heard Miss Turner speaking and saying that would have to involve the planning department in getting these containers moved, but I'm not too sure exactly how the planning department is going to go about that. She said something about them driving around or going around and checking on things like this. But these containers are very dangerous, and if they was to fly into someone's home, it could be deadly. And when it comes to climate change, global warming, the rise in sea level, and we know that Cayman is already 3 feet on below sea level. I think we need to take things more serious when it comes to sea surge and tsunamis. We need to, especially in our in the hurricane shelters. I think I mentioned this before to Mr. Duvall, Stephen Duvall, when he was on the radio one time concerning having life vests inside of these hurricane shelters just in case there's a tsunami or a serious sea surge, that people, if for some reason people are swept out to sea, they won't be drowned. And people need to consider these life vests also in their own homes. It might sound so what I'm saying might not sound realistic, but it can happen. And we speak about being prepared, and this is one way that we need to seriously think about what I'm saying and be prepared for things such as that also doing.
Yeah. And I mean, as I listen to you, I'm just thinking to your earlier comment with respect to the containers or the job sites or personal homes or the like. I'm not sure how best to say this so that people aren't offended. Some of us are overly sensitive, some of us don't hear what is being said and misconstrue it, some of us don't say it the way that is perhaps the most respectful, right? But at risk of falling in those categories, a construction site, a container on your property or just your individual property, can we not, and you guide me in that I say this correctly, acknowledge that we need a sense of personal responsibility, irrespective of the potential lawsuits and the liability that might come as a result of our inaction or improper action? Do we not have the sense to look at our thing and say, boy, this needs to be secured, maybe this pile of stuff needs to be moved, maybe these pieces of sticks or boards or whatever that could be taken up with the wind, that we need to secure it in a way? Do we need the politician to come around, the planning department? I mean, if we can't do it ourselves because physically we don't have that ability, we may have a health issue, guide me please. But should we have enough sense to know that, to look at it and figure out, boy, this needs to be addressed in a way that it isn't a problem for the people? I mean, don't you think should be obvious?
Well, Dwayne, what I'm seeing here is a lot of people who are here now doing this construction, a lot of the supervisors and the big contractors. I realized they did not experience Ivan the way that we did, or probably never experienced a serious hurricane ever in their life.
Okay.
So I think they don't realize the seriousness of these containers, but we as Caymanians, and especially the planning department or whoever else has to be in charge and seeing that things like this are not just left alone.
Right. I hear you.
So, something seriously happened.
Right.
And people also have to realize when it comes to their cars also, you have to have your cars parked. If you're going to park them in your yard, try to park them in an area where they won't be blown into your house.
Right. I mean, I'm listening to you, and I'm not saying this in any way other than to ask people, that thing that we're supposed to have between our ears hopefully has a little bit of intelligence there, right? And they say common sense is not common, but whether you've experienced a hurricane before, you, as a living, breathing person, must have been somewhere other than in a cave or down in a dungeon. Tornadoes, tsunamis, hurricanes, winter storms, you must experience something to at least give you a little bit of insight to say, boy, this don't look right. I mean, would you leave, I don't know, if you're on a building site, plywood or sheets of plywood or, a couple of pieces, what my mom would call it, scantling, lumber about the place and not secured? Would you leave things in a way that could potentially destroy your place or surrounding places?
Yes, Dwayne, it's something like what I said. I notice a lot of these people that are doing this construction now haven't experienced hurricanes the way that we have, and the government needs to realize too, Dwayne.
Mm-hmm.
It's not too late for them to realize this and to start working on this. The government has to have hurricane shelters in this country, especially Grand Cayman.
Mm-hmm.
Foundations at least 10 feet in height.
Right.
Hurricane shelters that are able to hold at least 700 people. And these have to be shelters in every district. And the government has to stop hesitating and getting these things done, because climate change is getting worse. Global warming is getting worse. The sea level is rising, which is getting worse. The Hurricane Center in Miami has said that the Cayman Islands is a bullseye for when it comes to hurricanes in the Caribbean.
Well, that's for that Hurricane Center in Miami, or not that one that Weather Channel. I mean, people use language like that just, does it do anything other than to instill fear in people? I mean, calling Cayman a bullseye is like hearing that fella talk about some countries as, less than unsavory, without a nice sanitized word like how we would use, outhouse. Maybe we gotta stop allowing people to degrade us, man, and castigate us, and yet they come in anyway.
Dwayne, one thing I have to say.
Yeah.
Cayman is a very small place compared to other islands like Jamaica and Cuba. So we have to realize when a serious hurricane comes over us,
right,
it's a lot more dangerous than big countries such as Cuba.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Northwood Prison also, the government needs to realize that Northwood Prison also needs a new prison.
Yeah.
They need a high foundation also at Northwood, higher than what it is now, which is ground level. Because if there was a tsunami was to come through the North Sound, which is right in the back of Northwood, if a tsunami was to come through the back of Northwood through the North Sound, just say a tsunami 25 feet in height was to come through there, it's a possibility all those prisoners and the security guards who might be on duty, the possibility they all could be drowned.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you very, very frequently remind us about, the dangers that facility may pose for inmates, not only in hurricanes, but fires and other disasters, right? It inclines me to ask, should we look more seriously at our prison system, and are there things that we could and should be doing relative to, rehabilitation, but when there is incarceration, is it in such a way that serves a more meaningful purpose? As a simple example that has been very significant, we passed the misuse of drugs law in '86. We imprison young men primarily for failing to give a urine specimen, suspecting them of, smoking ganja. Not that I say we should dismiss that, but we destroyed their lives, 30, 40 years later, we're still paying the consequence. Have we learned anything? Are we looking at not only the 100,000 that we're spending per prisoner, but what are we getting, in terms of a society going forward? So you are, I appreciate you reminding us how important it is to look after their safety, no?
Well, between the Auditor General said about probably going on 4 years ago now. The Auditor General wrote a report in the newspaper, and the report she gave said all the concessions that government has given away, the Caymanians have nothing to show for it.
Right.
And I know over the last 20 to 25 years, the government has given away over $1 billion worth of concessions.
Right. Well,
I hear they're trying to make some changes towards these concessions being given away. But the worst thing you can do as a leader of a country is to take your people's money that you're supposed to use to protect your own people and give it to the rich.
Well, it's, I mean, by extension, what you're sharing is, as a government, are you getting value for money? Not just giving it away to the rich, but are you using it? And there's so much that we've seen just in the Cayman context, and we've certainly seen it regionally and globally. The things that governments perhaps sometimes influence and directed through policy by the elected, you know, how is that benefiting the country? Think back to the construction of the high schools and the hundreds of millions of dollars that were expended. And again, you know, if you're looking at the Auditor General's report, asking, you know, can it be accounted for? So it comes back to us as a people. Are we accepting the behaviors of governments? Are we sitting down and relying on them to not only give us the plywood, but to deliver it for us, put it up? I mean, when are we going to take responsibility?
Well, Dwayne, I noticed one thing I noticed about governments. You could be an individual who went to university and got a certificate in order to give government the best suggestions you're able to do. Right? And I give you an example. Miss Gina Petrie. Miss Gina Ebanks Petrie. There are many times this woman has warned people when it comes to our environment, has warned the government and warned the planning department, and they still seem to have been ignoring her and going ahead with their plans. For example, DART, all the land that DART owns from Badamanyu Road straight up to the swamp. If the government allows DART to fill in all that land, we're going to have some serious flooding in that area. What the government needs to do with DART when it comes to all that land, anything that he builds on that land, he has to have a trench around the property in order for somewhere for the water to settle and not go on the main road or all over whatever area it is that he's building on.
Well, maybe...
Sorry, go ahead. Government cannot allow people such as DART to do as they please. They have to listen to this woman, Miss Gina Ebanks Petrie. She went away to university. She studied for what she's doing, and the government seems to continue to ignore her when she suggests things that she thinks that are right.
Well, I take on board what you're saying and extend it that maybe not just to DART, but to end in all major developments, that we ensure that what is done doesn't have a negative impact, not only to surrounding lands, but, you know, to the country as a whole. And whether it's, you know, the individual, that we are mindful of what is being shared. Thanks very much. I always appreciate it. I'm told we got another break. My guys on the end will tell us what we do when we come back, so stay tuned.
You know who this is? That same old girl that went to Hollywood and Panama? Well, guess what? The fun ain't done yet, because this year, I'm going to country concerts in Denver. I got kick up my heels in Times Square. I got keep living the dream with Cayman Airways. We so blessed to have them. I tell you what though, this old girl's feeling younger than ever.
Make your travel dreams come true with Cayman Airways, offering international non-stop flights from Cayman to New York, Miami, Tampa, Denver, Los Angeles, Panama, Kingston, Mobay, La Ceiba, and Havana. Enjoy free rum punch, free in-flight entertainment, free seat selection, and free meals on select flights. Call 949-2311, contact a travel agent, or visit CaymanAirways.com.
At Doctors Hospital, we know life happens, and usually when you least expect it. So when unexpected medical issues arise, you need quality care close to home. Located in the heart of Georgetown, our accomplished team of physicians and medical staff treat minor urgent conditions such as migraines, chest and abdominal pain, shortness of breath, burns, broken bones, open wounds, and more. 24 hours, 7 days a week with no appointment necessary. Peace of mind is important when life happens. At Doctors Hospital, we're always here just for you. Need to speak to someone? Call 949-6066.
Find your dream car with a Cayman National Vehicle Loan. Enjoy 100% financing, up to 8-year repayment, and a 7% fixed interest rate for the first 5 years. For eco-friendly cars, we'll waive your commitment fee. This only applies to new vehicles. Call 949-8300 or email lending@caymannational.com today.
Now, more than ever, supporting your immune system is crucial to helping your body fight off illnesses like the common cold, the flu, and COVID-19. At ValueMed Pharmacy on Walkers Road and in Buttontown, we carry all the essential vitamins and minerals to help support your immune system and improve your overall health. Some of our top immunity support picks are vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, elderberry, and quercetin are the popular 7-in-1 immunity support. Our pharmacists are always on hand to help guide you and answer any questions. Visit ValueMed Pharmacy on Walkers Road or Buttontown. Live happy, live healthy with ValueMed Pharmacy.
Radio Cayman's Talk Today. What is on your mind, Cayman?
Hey, welcome back, and thanks very much for joining us. Hold on, I'm losing my headset, man. It's open line here as we invite you to be part of our discussion. Going to 3 p.m., we want to share with you press release from our government. Let me pull it up quickly now. And just a reminder that the government offices, but I want to say it correctly. So the acting deputy governor sent out a communication to the civil service and just advising that, we're going from hurricane watch to hurricane warning. As a consequence, the government departments providing non-essential services are going to close today at 2 p.m., so that's in 18 minutes. They're going to be closed tomorrow, Wednesday, April the 3rd of July. And if you need to get some government business done, just a quick reminder that the government office is going to close at 2 p.m. today and remaining close tomorrow. Picking up on a couple of things that maybe one of our callers shared earlier, and recognizing that sometimes water supply is interrupted, sometimes as planned, sometimes unexpectedly, and when it's planned, it's as a consequence to make sure that once the storm passes, they can get water back out safely and in a way that helps people. Electrical supply can go down unexpectedly. I don't know about you, but I haven't been able to harness lightning and control the weather. And in the Radio Cayman instance, I think we saw it doing and we saw it most times. We're resilient. We have not just the staffing and the resources, but if we're ever off air, and you still have access to internet and the like, we have the app. We stream from our website, and those are just added resources, and not only the radio that you hear over the airwaves, but if you're logging online using our app or using the website, you can still get our programming. That is shared to recognize that increasingly we're becoming a society that seems more and more dependent on technology, and as integrated and sometimes integral it is in our lives. We still got to remember to be, vigilant, to be helpful. To the gentleman that called earlier, he was talking about construction sites. My intent wasn't to be harsh, but to just ask ourselves, when have we stopped thinking? You may not be able to do something for yourself because you don't have the physical ability. You may be otherwise impaired and incapable because of illness or ailment. But at the end of the day, you should hopefully have the common sense, and despite what we say it's not so common, to appreciate that there are things in and around your yard or your construction site, whether you're the general contractor, whether you're the developer. What are you doing to have it secured? We see many in our communities as a single individual. Some of our women who 50, 60, and 70 plus years old, ensuring that they're getting their properties secured. They're probably paying people. Thankfully, many probably have resources through their church and wider communities who will come out. But they see that it has to be done. Surely, if you are, as the caller alluded to, on a construction site, as a developer, you are looking at your space and saying, well, these containers, as he's referenced, they need to be properly secured in place. Perhaps the things on the site. Now, you could wish it away and pray it away, and it might come to pass that this thing doesn't affect anybody. But we saw what it has done thus far as it moves its way through the Caribbean. We see what a projected path is as it makes its way, in this direction. So wouldn't it be sensible to be safe and precautious and take this time now to do any and everything you can to mitigate against any possible negative consequence? So walk around your property and look at things that are not secure and either remove them to a secure place or secure them in place if it can. Government offices are going to close at 2 p.m. today, and that's to, for the non-essential staff, to allow them to make their preparations to help others in preparing. Or we as a community can come together. Some would say, well, the businesses are doing well because they open earlier and they have extended hours. Well, that may be true, but those are logistics that have to be put in place. Those staff members have to also now make time and find time to get their own personal preparations in place. What are we doing in order to ensure that we're sensitive and considerate about them as well? And there's no question that we each individual have many demands, and collectively that may be a consequence. The gentleman from Northside gave a suggestion that he said, hey, during Ivan, he filled some plastic containers with water, he froze them and had a well-sealed deep freeze. He would go in and get what he needed for the day and kept it tightly sealed. So he had ice, for a while. There are probably things we can do, things that may be a bit creative and innovative, maybe things that have been, tested and tried and true. But what are we doing relative to helping, each other and helping ourselves and not necessarily waiting? One of our callers had mentioned something off air. We want to perhaps reference it when we come back. But it's about the provision of plywood and recognizing that it's a good thing that the governments are able to do. But what are we doing for the next storm? And what are we doing to ensure that the provision of this plywood isn't just being misused? All right, let's see what we can say about that. Join us after the break.
You know who this is? That same old girl that went to Hollywood and Panama? Well, guess what? The fun ain't done yet. Because this year, I'm going to country concerts in Denver. I got kick up my heels in Times Square. I got keep living the dream with Cayman Airways. We so blessed to have them. I tell you what though, this old girl's feeling younger than ever.
Make your travel dreams come true with Cayman Airways, offering international non-stop flights from Cayman to New York, Miami, Tampa, Denver, Los Angeles, Panama, Kingston, Mobay, La Ceiba, and Havana. Enjoy free rum punch, free in-flight entertainment, free seat selection, and free meals on select flights. Call 949-2311, contact a travel agent, or visit CaymanAirways.com.
Summer's heating up, and so are the good times. Whether you are out on the water, enjoying the beach, or gathering with colleagues for an office bash, make it a feast to remember with Subway. From assorted sandwich platters to mouth-watering cookies, our catering menu has something for everyone. Perfect for groups of 5 or more. For food that's fresh, fast, and perfect for any occasion, choose Subway Catering. Visit subway.ky for catering options. Subway. Eat fresh.
At Doctor's Hospital, we know life happens, and usually when you least expect it. So when unexpected medical issues arise, you need quality care close to home. Located in the heart of Georgetown, our accomplished team of physicians and medical staff treat minor urgent conditions such as migraines, chest and abdominal pain, shortness of breath, burns, broken bones, open wounds, and more. 24 hours, 7 days a week with no appointment necessary. Peace of mind is important when life happens. At Doctors Hospital, we're always here just for you. Need to speak to someone? Call 949-6066.
The Water Authority would like to urge the general public to have adequate quantities of potable water. They should also have a sufficient supply of water to flush their toilets if there is an interruption in the piped water supply. Water can be stored in buckets for non-potable use should piped water not be available. To conserve water, remember to only flush solid waste by pouring water into the tank. In case you run out of non-potable water prior to the restoration of piped water, be prepared to safely dispose of human wastes, especially, proper disposal of personal waste is very important in order to minimize public health hazards. Using basic materials, suitable temporary disposal may be accomplished by placing waste in a watertight plastic bag and securely closing the bag. Collect and store all such bags in a large, sturdy garbage bag in a safe and restricted area until DEH can collect it.
The Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office remind all students traveling to and from school overseas to ensure their passports are valid for both travel and entry into their destination country. Passports should be renewed at least 10 weeks before departure, and any necessary student visas must be obtained. For passport services, contact the Passport and Corporate Services Office at 649-7678. For Ministry of Education scholarship inquiries, contact scholarships@gov.ky. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education and the Passport and Corporate Services Office.
Radio Cayman's Talk Today. What is on your mind, Cayman?
Hey, welcome back, and thanks very much for joining us. Just quickly, a couple of quick announcements, and me, many of us understand and probably have a very first-hand sort of perspective, not just within the civil service, but really Cayman specifically. We're accessible, we're immediate, we're timely, we're accurate, we're informative. We don't do it with any fanfare. We just do it because it's important, and we have that professional ethos. So, 2 p.m. today, the government offices are going to close for non-essential. The press release from the acting deputy governor, they're going to be closed tomorrow. Now, as you heard a caller reference earlier, the credit union put out a press release. They're going to be open until 5 p.m. today. And on the BRAC, they'll be open until 4:30 today. So the credit union offices on Grand Cayman will be open until 5 and 4:30 p.m. on the BRAC respectively. The licensing department is going to open tomorrow until 10 a.m., so from 8:30 to 10, as it is now. We expect a number of businesses who are probably going to close tomorrow at some point, probably as it's expected, going to close probably on Thursday. Yes, there are online ways to do things. Now, certainly, please accept the invitation to call and challenge what I say, but my view is we do for each other, we do to help one another, we do for ourselves, we don't rely on people. It's one thing if you ever found yourself in that position where you have to rely on people to help you because maybe there's an injury, maybe there's something else. But if you can do for yourself, if you're offended that I've said that, take the offense, do something about it. Don't rely on your politician to deliver the plywood, bolt it to your walls, pay for it. I mean, come on, man. We gotta do better than that. And by the same token, there are many people who, if we know their circumstance, we recognize that they're doing a lot for themselves and for others, but we don't understand that in that moment of doing that thing, they're physically hurting. They've had a surgery, they have an injury, but you can't tell because they're not complaining. They're helping themselves and they're helping others. There are some who are reaching deep into their pockets, and there's nothing there, but they're digging deep and they're helping others. And then there are some of us who have the ability, but not the conscience, who have the financial resources, but no sense, of compassion or the like. Well, for those who help, I think that will come back to them, and more important to those that they actually care about. And then for those who choose not to, well, karma is karma. Now, you can take it how you want. You decide what you wish. I say that to share that there was one individual, and there were a couple of others, who have a message to ask, is there a way? One said, oh, you got a way with words. Maybe you can say it in a polite, kind, gentle way. Well, I'm not quite sure I can, but I'll try. Every hurricane or every, bad weather, as the person puts it, people get plywood. This person said, in reference to another, he didn't say, I didn't ask, it wasn't necessary, he was just making a point. Always helps out, but it doesn't matter if it's every couple of years or a couple of times during the hurricane season. And it seems that the more you help, the more is expected to help. The more, you put up a couple of sheets of plywood over the windows and board it up to protect it. It seems like that has to be done one storm after the next. And he was asking, not just the cost, but the inconvenience. Is there a way that we as individuals can take the plywood, happily receive it, and then after its use, store it so it can be used again, as Mr. George referenced earlier. There are things that used to be done before. You may not want to use what he suggested. There may be other things. Do you have a space to keep it? And that could be a challenge for many. They don't have enough space in their houses for the people that occupy the houses, much less to put anything else. So is there a way for it? Are there other things that need to be done? Maybe we haven't considered it. Maybe we've considered it but dismissed it. Well, what do we do? I only say that to ask, are we more willing to accept responsibility for our actions, to not just be accountable for what we do, but to try to do for ourselves and stop waiting on handouts from people? Not a help up, not a helping hand, but you're sitting there waiting for somebody else to do. And the old saying, he who pays the piper calls the tune. So if somebody is doing something for you, well, that person might be able to dictate and direct, how you go repay that, how and when you go eat. Maybe you like that. I don't think that I would, and many of us don't. But then there are those in this community who increasingly only have one person to rely on, and that's, that individual. So do we know those people? Are they willing to ask for help? Are they willing to accept the help that's offered? But sometimes they don't know who to ask. Maybe they don't have in their mind, good experience in asking people. So can we reach out? And again, not as I've heard happen after Evan and has happened in more recent times, where people are willing to help, but for an extorted price. We talk about the merchants price gouging. Not saying that doesn't happen in other places nor here, but it's not the only way that it happens or the only time that it happens. There are some of us who would happily do things for people, but at a very, I would say extortionate price. We would probably normally help the person for free or for just a couple of cents. But now we see how people are fearful and how anxious they are, and that sense of anxiety may cause them to give you $100 for something that is only $10 because they're not thinking straight. And if you're willing to accept it, well, what does that say about you? Be offended if you want, but if your spirit, quicken and you have a sense of being contrite, well, that's even better. All right, 949-8037, 949-6990. You can WhatsApp call 925-32621. And as you look about your communities, whether here in Grand Cayman or the Brack or Little Cayman, is there a way that you can help yourself and help others? Is there a way that you see someone needing something? Maybe you don't have a truck but have access to one. Or maybe, you have one. Maybe it's not a truck that you need. Maybe the person just, wants an extra pair of hands and eyes to look over the property and check what was done or check to see if anything else needs to be done. And don't expect anything in return. And if you find yourself inclined to, take something because, the taking is to be had, well, certainly not somebody I want at my dinner table. But that's on you. All right. News at 2. We're going to 3, I'm told. remember the government offices are going to close momentarily. They're going to be closed tomorrow as it stands right now. Please brace yourselves. No pun intended. Please prepare. Please be sensible and civil. What you do can affect not only your safety but also the security of others. Stay tuned for Talk Today.
Covering Little Cayman, Kim and Brad.
Cover me. Radio Cayman in the Cayman Islands. From Radio Cayman's newsroom, this is Headlines.
The headline news is brought to you by Kirk Market.
With a look at your latest headlines, I'm Jevi Ebanks. The Cayman Islands government has announced that the islands are now under a hurricane warning, with Hurricane Beryl just under 800 miles east-southeast of Cayman, traveling at 22 miles per hour. The National Weather Service has indicated that tropical storm force winds can be expected in Cayman Brac by tomorrow night. The same for Little Cayman, with Grand Cayman expecting strong winds by Thursday morning. The government is also advising that non-essential government offices will close today at 2 p.m. Earlier today, the National Operations Center, also called NEOC, was activated with multiple government agencies meeting to coordinate planning and response activities. As preparations are underway for Hurricane Beryl, Radio Cayman's Carsley Fuller gives us an update from the field.
So after I got off the air, I decided to hit up a few places just to wrap up my preparations. And I got to say, obviously, traffic in Georgetown was a nightmare, but once you get past the cricket pitch, if you're heading out east, things definitely lighten up. I made the mistake of trying to swing by the HSA pharmacy at the Smith Road Center, and there was a line basically out the door. So if you do need to pick up some medications, plan to spend a little bit of time there picking them up before the storm. From there, I headed to Grand Harbor to swing by Hurley's for a few essentials. And I gotta say, the crowds were nice and light. I didn't have to wait too long in line. I even found a parking space, although I'm sure you can hear me hoofing it. It wasn't as close as I would have liked for it to have been. Anyway, the message is, so far, things are okay. If you still need to go out and get a few hurricane supplies, do it now as opposed to later, when things will definitely be snarling up. For Radio Cayman News from Grand Harbor, I'm Carsley Fuller.
Thank you, Carsley. Cayman Airways has added evacuation flights for tomorrow if folks are looking to leave the island before the storm. There are 3 flights planned for tomorrow. KX 3102 to Miami departs at 7 a.m. and arrives at 9:30 a.m. KX 3104 departs at 12:30 p.m. and arrives at 3 p.m. and KX 3106 departs at 6 p.m. and arrives at 8:30 p.m. The Cayman Airways call center can be reached at 949-2311. That's your latest headlines. I'm Jevi Ebanks.
www.radiocayman.gov.ky. Check out our social media pages: Facebook, YouTube, X, formerly Twitter, Radio Cayman Headline News.
When it comes to weekly meal prep, I trust Kirk Market to provide the best value for quality proteins. The butchers at Kirk Market are super helpful. They always slice my steaks perfectly. Kirk Market has everything I need for healthy and flavorful protein-packed meals. From lean cuts of CAB choice beef, tender CAB prime beef, the juiciest pork, and all-natural hormone-free poultry, to their seafood section with everything from fresh local snapper to omega-3 rich salmon. I choose Kirk Market for the highest quality proteins to support my healthy lifestyle. Kirk Market. Eat well, live well, and discover a world of choice.
Cayman Islands, your input can shape our future. Plan Cayman needs your input on the updated planning statement to create a sustainable community for everyone. Help shape Cayman's future by participating in public consultations with the Central Planning Authority and the Ministries for Planning and Sustainability. Together, we can build a thriving Cayman. For details and to find the meeting closest to you, visit plancayman.ky. Your voice matters. Let's plan Cayman together.
Radio Cayman's Talk Today. What is on your mind, Cayman?
Hey, welcome back and thanks for joining us as we going to be having an extended time here. I'll talk today until 3 p.m. Let's take this next call. Hey, welcome. Thanks for calling.
Good afternoon, Dwayne. Good afternoon to Ms. Susan, all our listeners.
And to you, Mr. Raymond, sir. How are you today, sir?
Yes, sir. Well, just tired and exhausted coming from a job getting a friend's house buttoned up on the south coast of the island. Mine is in Texas.
just doing a favor to get his house all secured. And I was noticing I can see the effects in the sea already on the southeast part of Cayman Brac, like ground swell seas rising up to about 6 feet. Sea is coming in on the southeastern part of the island. And the wind is very cool and cold. You can feel that's what you say, hurricane breeze. It's blowing about 15 knots from the southeast. So we all have to be very concerned. This morning I calculated it to past 130 miles south of Cayman Brac and about 80 miles south of Grand Cayman. At the present 15.6 north latitude, and the Bluff Cayman Brac is almost 19.8 north. So it has to go 276 miles further north to get in line with Cayman Brac, to line up on our latitude otherwise.
Right.
And
So for those who don't know,
continues on the west-northwest course, better for us. But anyhow, that is shifts to northwest. We are in great danger if it shifts to the northwest. But hope it keeps on the west-northwest course. And that 165 miles per hour, that's like another Gilbert or another Paloma. That's a devastating storm.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, so for people who don't know the longitude and latitude, and I'm like a professor knowing more, all right. So as they listen to the coordinates and you have, the tracking map, recognize, we're 19 and 82 and you just map it across and watch the projection, but listen to the official sources, don't panic. Is there another call, my friend? Let's take this next one. Don't know sure what happened then, but hey, welcome, thanks for calling. Yeah, hello?
Dwayne?
Yes. Hey, look at that. You're looking for good advice and someone appears without being prompted. How are you?
You're too kind, young man. You're too kind.
Well, kindness, is my kind of people, as Mr. Albert said,
Yes. No, just picking up on something that an earlier caller had said about, governments providing more hurricane shelters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, government has a role to play, but so do we as individuals.
Right.
I'll give an example. At home, I have a quote-unquote hurricane room, 4 concrete walls and a concrete roof.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the house isn't necessarily all concrete roof. Has the regular 2x6, 2x8 rafters.
Mm-hmm.
In my home office, which is also my hurricane room, I have a cement roof on that, or a cement ceiling. So that room can be sort of totally enclosed, and if the rest of the house goes, that will remain intact.
Mm-hmm.
When I was director, I tried 1 or 2 times. Maybe I didn't try hard enough. That's quite possible. To see if get a CPA to insist that all homeowners put a hurricane room in their plans. All it means is just basically ensuring that one room is built a little different than the rest of them.
So, remind me to give the coordinates as of 1 p.m., right? But in your instance, if you're building a house or you're the person drawing the plans and then you're the homeowner looking for something and then you're the contractor building it, like you shared, I want to repeat back to make sure I understood. You have one room. That room has 4 concrete walls, concrete floor, and a concrete roof. So like a little bunker, right?
Yeah, and an exterior
exit
fiberglass fiberglass door.
Right.
Not the typical hollow core door you use for your bedroom.
Right. And would you want an exterior exit as well from that space, or just have that only one door into it from your space? So one entry and one exit, or would you want to have two points of ingress and egress?
No, but I can exit from there and go through any of the other room.
Right.
To get to the exterior.
Okay, so you want it within your interior of your house, but have that door as an exterior door, strong door, secure door.
Yeah.
Okay. How would you build? Well, go ahead. Talk to me. I mean, I'm mindful of it, and some people would probably call it a safe room or whatever, depending on how frightened and fooled they've become by the marketing and the media. But that's a different story. So tired of people being so. But anyway, how would you do that? How would you build that? Talk to me.
Again, nowadays, the building code talks about you have to put your vertical reinforcement, like 1/2 inch rebar at a minimum in each course, like on ceiling centers.
Okay.
On the block, and then all the block holes have to be filled. So the external walls can withstand 150 miles an hour wind. That's not a problem. And then, in my case, I poured a cement roof over it.
Okay. So
you probably could get rid of something other than a cement roof. But the cost wouldn't be that significantly more doing a roof just over that one room. A 10 by 12 or 12 by 12 is more than adequate for your hurricane room.
Right. So if someone is considering say new construction might be easier, and they're going to do that, that room doesn't have to be a separate, unusable room. That could be maybe one of the bedrooms.
One of the bedrooms, your kitchen.
A bathroom, something.
Something, but it's something that you can go in there and know that, okay, the exterior walls or your ceiling, your roof isn't going to blow off.
Right.
I mean, even if the roof blows off, you will still be
sheltered.
Protected.
Right.
Sheltered, yeah.
Kind of, again, not from personal experience, but just limited observation. Kind of with those people who live, say, in the States where they're prone to tornadoes, and they have this space where, we all watch the movies. They run outside and they're running into the space, and they open up the doors and they go down. That's a secure place. You're talking about something secure that they can get to quickly if they need to shelter, because of the rest of the house has been compromised.
Precisely.
Would planning, you think, and be mindful how I say this, because I've heard a lot of people share where they've had all sorts of issues either with the quote unquote the planning process, whether that's the drawing of the plans, the approval, the inspection, the construction, and they don't do certain things that they wish they had done after, but there was a cost from the money perspective, from the timing, from all of the bureaucracy. Would this create, to your mind, any major thing other than the few dollars extra to do it?
I would say no. I mean, for example, if you're doing that, that's going to cost you, let's say, $5,000 more than just putting up a 2x6 ceiling joist.
Okay. But
you decide to go with a 6-inch concrete floor. Okay. So you may then decide, okay, for now, I have to skip back maybe on some of my furniture.
Right. Okay.
Or skim back on something else.
Okay. No, so you do what you need to do in order to do this, because long term you're thinking of the safety. It may even add resale value, but it certainly give you a peace of mind. Can I then ask you from the sort of the logistics? 2 examples: a 1-story structure and then a 2-story structure. So in the 1-story structure, you've identified the room. Maybe it's one of the bedrooms. I still call it the master suite, but according to the rest of them, it's a primary. All right, maybe your laundry room. All right.
Right.
You decide to do this. So it's a 1-story structure. You're going to make that roof, that ceiling, concrete. You got your concrete walls, you got an exterior door that is solid. How do you tie in that one-story structure, that 12 by 12, 14 by 20, whatever that space is? How do you tie that in with the rest of the ceiling joist, the roofing space that you now have for the rest of the house, because you've only got that concrete over that section?
Okay, but you'll have a little alterations there, whereby the top of that floor sort of becomes same level as the rest of the house. So, for example, that room may be, depending on the thickness of the slab, that room may be 6 inches lower than the rest of the house.
Okay.
But the belting all around is at the same height.
All right, so whether you do TGIs or you just build it, okay.
Right.
What about in a two-story or multi-story house? Two questions in there. Again, obviously, how do you tie it in? But secondly, would you do that room on the first level, the second, or subsequent levels? Where would you put that secure room?
It would depend on you. Okay, if you're in a lower lying area, you may want to do it on the second floor.
Okay.
If you're in a quote unquote not so flood prone area, you could probably do it on the ground floor.
Okay.
Because again, if you go up on the second floor, then you look a lot more reinforcing in this and that.
Right. This is okay. So let's assume that you decide to, whether you're in a flood prone area, but higher elevation might be better in case there's any sort of inundation, from surrounding waters. So let's say you go up on the second level, or you want to do the third level. That reinforcing now for those levels below that, you now have the floor, which is the ceiling, the floor below you, concrete. Your roof is now concrete. So that construction cost, that actual thing, I mean, how do you do that?
Well, again, the walls below may or may not have had to be bearing walls. But if you put a ceiling over a concrete floor over that area, then it becomes a bearing wall. So you have to reinforce. You have to do some additional foundation work there.
Yeah, and again, planning. I guess if you have that conversation, again, doing sort of pre-construction. So it's a new build with your architect, designer, then your contractor, and you go into planning. You probably can be more easily facilitated as opposed to trying to do it, while you can doing construction.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was going to ask you, what about, and don't forget your point. I was going to ask you then, here's somebody who's going to take your advice and they want to do it after the fact. They want to do a renovation. Any kind of guidance you could give them? I mean, I would say just give you a call, but that might be the easy way out. All right.
But I guess it would be hard to sort of give a generic.
Yes, sir.
Of course, it would be a lot easier starting from scratch than trying to retrofit. But retrofitting is quite possible. The technology nowadays is unbelievable, and you could retrofit even if it was a wooden construction as opposed to concrete. There would be means of making that very similar to a concrete structure.
Okay.
Yeah, so those things are possible.
Okay.
But of course, it would be advisable to start from if you haven't started construction yet. Now would be the time to incorporate it.
Okay. All right. What else you want to talk to us, man?
No, but that was the main thing today, and I don't really want to take up so much of other people's time, but just saying, yes, government has a role to play, but we as individuals also can play our part.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that, and I don't take back what I said. I don't think I was harsh, but I agree with that you shared it. We got to stop relying on people and talking about the government this and the politician that, and start doing it for ourselves. That's what I'm hearing you saying, right? Stop, coddling people and stop sitting down and let people, make us have the big and behold, right?
Yes, like I said before, if I think government deserve kudos, I'll do it. If they deserve criticism,
yeah,
I'll do likewise. If they accept the kudos and want to beat me up for the criticism, so be it.
But the thing is, right? As you said that, let's take Water Authority on Grand Cayman. I understand Miss Faith's, and I hope that she has her issue resolved because it is concerning. But just on the Grand Cayman, you have someone for whatever reason has a disconnected water supply, non-payment as they said, and they say they're going to turn your water supply back on, but get your bill up to date. How many other jurisdictions would have that? How many private sector companies would turn your power or your water back on?
Probably not any, unless again government intervene,
right,
and use that police power that they possess.
Yeah. So you are right.
But again, we have to always be cognizant that there are things that we can do. Again, use the Water Authority as an example. In my case, staying in West Bay, about Cayman Water, or they're charging X amount for their meters. Should I be paying for a meter every month? Or remember when our first telecommunication provider came in, you had to pay monthly for your telephone? And then afterward, you could buy your own telephone.
Right.
Yeah, $3 and change monthly or $5 or whatever for your meter.
Yeah.
In the course of a year or whatever, they may have paid for that meter several times over.
Yeah. And this is where an informed consumer, but also a government that is, how do you say, is cognizant of some of the practices and ensuring that their policies, their legislation is not only passed that is effective, but is enforced, right?
Yeah, no, then some of the other utility providers and whatever, they're charging you now for preparing your monthly bill. Come on. Government should not be sitting down and allowing these companies to charge you to provide or to send you a bill.
Yeah.
What I'm... How is that someplace else in the billing process?
What I'm hearing is that there needs to be will, but there needs to be a sense of, people being sufficiently informed as to what's happening, and then a willingness, a courageousness. Maybe together we can make something happen, because there's a lot going on in this country that we turn a blind eye to. Some we pretend we will feel blind, right? Some we are just not aware of. But all right, my friend.
I thank you, and to you, all the rest of the team at Radio Cayman, and the larger Caymanian or Cayman resident population. I hope Beryl does not affect us too much, and we will all live to see another day.
Well, I pray that God, keeps His merciful hand over us, because I think, despite how some people might say and share, I think if you never prayed before, this may be a good time to start. All the best to you, my friend.
Okay.
All right. I'll give you a shout later. Let me know if I can do anything for you. All right. Before we got a quick break to take, right? Before we go, just a quick 1 p.m. the update. Share this with us. I always used to enjoy when my father and my brothers, they would take out the big old marine map and they would, put the coordinates down. That was just fun. I enjoyed that part of geography, if there is such a thing to be enjoyed in geography. So the longitude and latitude. So here is the latest information that was sent, that I have anyway, as of 1 p.m. It's now 2:24 according to the digital clock on the wall. Hurricane Beryl is latitude 15.6 north, longitude 69.9 west. That puts us 788 miles east southeast of Grand Cayman, moving west-northwest at 22 miles per hour. Sustained winds max at 155 miles per hour, and the pressure is giving at 943 millibars. Some of you know all of what this means. Some of you, like me, had to ask questions and finally understand it. But moving fast may mean that it's not going to linger too long, like how Ivan settled was at 5 miles an hour over the country for a day and a half. That was a long 36 hours for many of us. This thing hopefully will move fast, but it's going to do what it's going to do, and it's going to be affected by, the terrain and the rest of the stuff. So keep preparing. If you want those coordinates again, if you have that map, I always enjoyed plotting that. That was fun. 15.6 north on the latitude, a longitude of 69.9 west. Moving west-northwest at 22 miles an hour with 155 miles an hour. That was at 1 p.m. All right, we're going to take that break, my friend. Take the calls. We also have Nurse Dipna, who over the HSA will come in. You remember one of our colleagues, Miss Natalie, earlier talking about K-Mines. Well, Nurse Dipna will join us in a second, so stay tuned.
Discover your dream home with Cayman National's home loan. Get up to 95% financing, repayment up to 40 years, and just a 0.5% commitment fee. Your interest rate? Depending on your risk factors, it'll be fixed or variable. Plus, you get a pre-approved credit card. This is a limited time offer. Dial 949-8300 or email lending@caymannational.com today.
You know who this is? That same old girl that went to Hollywood and Panama? Well, guess what? The fun ain't done yet, because this year, I'm going to country concerts in Denver. I got kick up my heels in Times Square. I got keep living the dream with Cayman Airways. We so blessed to have them. I tell you what though, this old girl's feeling younger than ever.
Make your travel dreams come true with Cayman Airways, offering international non-stop flights from Cayman to New York, Miami, Tampa, Denver, Los Angeles, Panama, Kingston, Mobay, La Ceiba, and Havana. Enjoy free rum punch, free in-flight entertainment, free seat selection, and free meals on select flights. Call 949-2311, contact a travel agent, or visit CaymanAirways.com.
At Doctors Hospital, we know life happens, and usually when you least expect it. So when unexpected medical issues arise, you need quality care close to home. Located in the heart of Georgetown, our accomplished team of physicians and medical staff treat minor urgent conditions such as migraines, chest and abdominal pain, shortness of breath, burns, broken bones, open wounds, and more. 24 hours, 7 days a week with no appointment necessary. Peace of mind is important when life happens. At Doctors Hospital, we're always here just for you. Need to speak to someone? Call 949-6066.
The best foundation you can wear is glowing, healthy skin. The offices of dermatologist Dr. Dwayne Porter specialize in enhancing your skin's well-being. Whether you're seeking advanced skin care, including any skin cancers, Botox, filler, cosmetic skin enhancements, or simply looking to reduce wrinkles, Dr. Porter offers a full-service dermatology and dermatological surgery practice. For more information, email drporterkman@gmail.com or call 946-9020. That is 946-9020.
Always separate debris from household garbage after a hurricane hits. Debris includes roofing materials, downed tree branches, and metals. All items of debris must be placed in separate piles to the front of the property or at a side that is easily accessible to collection trucks. Debris must be placed in a location that will not cause obstruction to roadways or come in contact with electrical lines.
For more post-hurricane food safety tips, visit DAH website at www.gov.ky/DAH.
Radio Cayman's Talk Today. What is on your mind, Cayman?
Hey, welcome back, and thanks very much for joining us. And thanks again, to the fantastic resource that we not only have here at Radio Cayman, who reaches out and you see, what comes that is good and productive and times like this, but also within the wider community and the HSA in particular. So, Nurse Dipna, thanks for joining us. We want you to, share with us. I know, like many of your colleagues, you have a lot of things to do, a lot of places to be. We know that Miss Natalie, one of your colleagues, will remind us, of the 1-800-534, and I think it spells mind, but it's 6463. All right. We can talk about that, but take a few minutes and share with us as you can.
Okay, well, good evening, good afternoon, rather.
Buenas tardes. ¿Hablas español?
¿Cómo está?
¿Cómo está? Muy bien. Oh, you want to do très bien? No, I have one. No, let me be here.
Je parle français un petit peu.
Parlez-vous le français? No.
Yeah, I'm very good at ordering drinks in Spanish and French.
Is that while you're sober?
Well, just, on the trajectory of,
Sorry.
Yes, not being.
No, would be like, behave. I didn't call you near the joke.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's good to have a little laughter, right, in this difficult time, this challenging time that we're in. Yeah. But yes, so Miss Norma sort of just nabbed me, as I said to you earlier. So I'm here today at very short notice, really in multifaceted way, I would say. One, I am the mental health EST on the Human Concerns Cluster of
EST,
the Emergency Support Team, right? On the Human Concerns Cluster of NEOC. And I'm also NEOC, the National Emergency Operations Centre. I feel like I'm on a quiz show.
But the only reason why is that...
I know not everybody's familiar with these acronyms, and I totally agree with you.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm also the director of K-Mind, which is the mental health helpline of the Cayman Islands that was established in March of 2020 during the path of COVID in the Cayman Islands. And very fortunately, we have been able to keep running. And whilst we were initially the mental health helpline, but we transitioned to K-Mind. So K-Mind will be up and running. It is up and running every evening from 6 until 11, Monday to Friday. However, during the passage of Miss Beryl, Hurricane Beryl, we will be opening the line to run concurrent with the hurricane. And only when we get the all clear, the line will shut down and resume normal hours again.
Okay.
So as of 6 p.m. this evening, K-Mind, the mental health helpline, will be open 1-800 534-6463, which spells mind at the end.
MIND. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
It's going to be staffed with trained personnel?
Well, we were very lucky because one of the things that, which was the vision of mine initially was to run it with trained volunteers. But because the line was set up so quickly, it was set up within 57 hours. And that was just impossible to train volunteers within that time. So we started off with mental health professionals across the island, from the counselling centre, EAP, some of my colleagues in the behavioural health department at the HSA. And, with a small cadre of people, we were able to keep the line running up until to this very day. But fortunately, I had reached out to the Befrienders Worldwide, which is the global arm of the Samaritans. And the Samaritans are a voluntary agency that started off in the UK. And their aim is really to help people who are suicidal and who want to end their lives. And their vision was to stop death by suicide. So with reaching out to them, we were able to apply, get on that platform, and that meant then that we could access their training, which is a phenomenal training. So with the great help of the Alex Panton Foundation, in February of this year, the Kids Helpline and K-Mind trained 22 volunteers. And both lines are now staffed by trained volunteers.
So with this, and I know we're not going to take any more of your very valuable time at this in a moment, but we pick up the phone, we dial it, 2 immediate questions. There's more than one service provider here, and sometimes they work great. Oh, by the way, if I can just publicly thank Flo, I had a slight issue with my phone, and Miss Norma reached out to somebody, and then within seconds there's a response. I'm like, hey, Mr. Tatum, thank you very much. So we have a response that when there's a need, we put out the call. No pun intended, but if we have our phones, doesn't matter which provider we have.
No.
Doesn't matter if we have. Okay, so it doesn't matter.
If you have Digicel, Flow, Anybody can call. It's a toll-free number
From
everybody that is physically present on the Cayman Islands.
Right. It's a toll-free within the Cayman Islands. Cayman Brac, Little Cayman
Yes,
here. Even West
absolutely.
Bay.
Yeah.
Okay. And secondly, some must have phones that either A, may be off for some reason, or maybe, I don't know, doesn't have that connection there, but it's there. Can they use it in those instances?
As far as I'm aware, you don't need credit to use.
Because we know that with the emergency 911, you can make calls once your phone is powered up. So just for clarity, does this work the same way?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as I know,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. All right. And when you said, ending life by suicide, we recognize how many people harbor those thoughts and many people make those attempts, and there are consequences. Someone is thinking about that. They might think to pick up a phone. I mean, how can we get that person, but also those who are around that person to recognize, to be encouraged to make that phone call, to do anything other than making that attempt at ending his or her life?
Absolutely. Well, that's why raising awareness is so important. And I'm very glad the opportunity here today to come on and speak very quickly about K-Mind, but a couple of other things as well. So that individual may not know about it, but maybe you know about it, Dwayne.
Yes.
Or a friend of yours know about it. And you can share that and say, hey, have you thought about contacting K-Mind? Right? They're there to listen. They're there to understand.
Right.
Non-judgmental, empathetic, active listening. Encouraging people to seek support, to find solutions. Because very often people have a fear that if someone is suicidal and wants to end their life, that by talking about it, by asking them directly, is that you're somehow going to reinforce that belief. No, you're not.
Is it okay then, either as parent or partner, either as just, maybe an acquaintance, the person is saying, looking, you're just sensing, you could be off. Is it okay to say to them, hey, are you okay? Are you harboring these thoughts? I mean, because you share, many of us we don't want to be intrusive, disrespectful. We may think, as you shared, that might be putting ideas in their head. Just want to clarify, can we say that to them? And if so, what do we say so that we're sensitive, we're respectful? We just want to help, but many times, we're more of a hindrance, right? Because we don't know. Can you help us?
Well, sometimes it's as simple as, are you okay?
Okay.
That's it. How's it going? You don't seem to be yourself recently.
Yeah.
You seem a bit more preoccupied. You look a little bit worried. Are you feeling sad?
I answer yes to all those things.
Yes, but here's the thing, Dwayne. You get up every day, you go to work, you find you have purpose in your life. You're asking these questions, but not everybody. And sometimes people get to the point where they feel so low that they're not able,
And I joke because I want people to recognize that many of us come to work every day knowing that end of the month with a paycheck or the week or whatever, there's not enough. We come to work every day wondering about the next promotion, whether we have a job. We worry about a lot of things. And as jovial as I am, as much as I love life, I'm serious about things. I say there's worry and there's concern. They're not the same word. And the worry is that thing that you can't do nothing about. Scripture says, don't worry about it. You see the birds of the trees worrying about things. But we need to be concerned. But with that in mind, are we, as you just shared, empathetic? Are we willing to reach out to that person and say, hey, are you okay? They may look okay. They may be good at masking. They may be having these, anxious moments. They might get up every day and go, but they're probably feeling weary and beaten, carded and all these things. So can we, two things immediately. After this passage of this storm, that training that you shared, can more of us, other than the 22, access that training?
Yeah, and there is actually more than 22 because there's also 6 trainers.
Yeah.
So there's 4 with K-Mind and the Alex Panton Foundation also has 2. And then Emily, Kelly and I and Erica Lamb did some further training. We trained another 12. So actually our numbers are growing. So in a very short space of time, we went having no Samaritan trained volunteers to having about 34. In a matter of months. I mean, just phenomenal. But yes, there will be a further training in August and we'll be putting information out about that. But yes, Dwayne, it is simply just ask people, are you okay?
Yeah.
I remember, we're going into this hurricane. I remember that after Ivan, and I was coming back from the Brac, because at that point, I was doing 2 days a week on Cayman Brac for work. And it was in those old days when, you know, you had the booths and you had to be let out by the attendant, right? There was no machines that you could pay. Or maybe it was because it was busted in Ivan. But in any case, you know, the lady that let me out just did not seem, she seemed very distracted. She seemed a little anxious. She even looked a little bit teary. And I said to her simply, and this was someone that I probably saw every week, and I just said, "Are you okay?" And she went, "Not really." And then she told me what was going on. And within 5 minutes, you know, I was able to say, okay, what would you like to do about this? How can I help you with this? And I was in a capacity, because I work for HSA, that I was able to encourage her to go seek help and arrange an appointment. But it was simple. Are you okay?
But it's good that you shared that. And I'm not saying this to offend anybody, but we've seen it, and we probably ourselves have done it without realizing. We're talking to someone we know. Hey, how you doing? And before they can answer, we're 4 steps ahead and we're full sheets to the wind. So we need to ask that, but we need to be sincere, and we need to stop for a second and say, willing to listen.
Exactly.
And that's probably, not that we don't mean to, but we don't realize that that's not what we're doing.
And sometimes if people feel, you know, if there is something going on and they are feeling anxious, they're feeling low in mood, it can be difficult to put those thoughts into words. It can be difficult to communicate them. So it may take a long time, there may be a pause, but again, a little bit of silence is okay. Let the silence happen. And when they're ready, you know, you can prompt them again, or they may spontaneously tell you.
We're going to take some calls. I know you got some other stuff that you wanted to chat, but just quickly, that person that is listening in particular, or maybe who may be feeling a certain way, or the person who's listening who's worried about that person that may be feeling a certain way. What can we say to them for them to recognize how they're feeling, what they can do so that they don't have to feel so alone, feel so, what's the word, you know, rejected, feel so down. I don't want to use the word depressed because there's a clinical connotation to that, but you're feeling that way, and with this weather coming in, who knows what people might be thinking? They might even be thinking. They might just do something that they wish they hadn't done. Can we say anything to them? Can we say anything to the person that is looking at and worrying about that person? Not just encouraging words, but, you know, talk is cheap.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's something as simple as, what is it you think you could do or that can be done that would help your situation, that could make things better? What would that be? And who would you need to help with that? What are the resources you have available? How have you coped if this has happened in the past? Because many of us are, you know, underneath it all, we're quite resilient, sometimes more than we realise, right? But we have to be thrown into the thick of that storm before we can realise that we can, you know, navigate our way out of it.
I don't think many of us realise how much a lot of us are carrying. We see the smile, we see them happy-go-lucky, we see them functioning, but they're probably worried about, you know, parent or spouse. They may be worried about friend. There may be all these things that are happening beyond the finances that are just weighing them down. So if I'm hearing you correctly, obviously look at the person who is the gate attendant. You know, she had an issue, you were observant, you were empathetic, but there may be some who we don't even see because we're not asking, we're not looking. I know you want to talk about other stuff. Talk to me, because I'm listening. Are you okay?
Am I okay? That's a really good question, actually, Dwayne.
If I'm looking at you, I'm thinking you're very jovial, but I wouldn't say frantic, but fragile, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, to be, there's a lot going on, right?
Yeah.
You know, so we have to take care of our own homes. You know, I've got a Cayman mutt called Scamp at home. I've got to think about him. He's a nervous wreck at the best of times. But, you know, he's even worse now that there's weather. And then, of course, you know, I'm going to have to bring him with me or stay with a friend. You know, you don't know what you're coming back to. I'm going to leave my house tomorrow morning. I probably won't get back until Friday. I don't know what situation it's going to be in.
I'm not going to get into your business, especially publicly, but
that's honest.
People must understand that every one of us, from that parent to the professional like you, you've got your personal things to take care of, plus you have these these professional obligations, right?
Yeah.
And you go expected to function. I said a few things earlier, and it probably offended some people. They can call me up on it. I really don't care. Some people need to hear the truth, right? And you stick our heads in the sand. We're in the lines of the supermarket, and we're pissy. Can I say it on air?
Yeah.
We're driving the roads and we don't care about where that person going because we want to get where we're going. That's in a normal day. Add all these other stressors into the equation. We're not willing to help ourselves and we're unwilling to even help others. But as you're sharing, some people are feeling wow, this is a lot. Maybe they're getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't mean to be, but all of a sudden the world is crashing down. So can we take a breather, whether it's a prayer? Chocolate works good, but help each other and be honest when we ask, are you okay?
Yeah, and to be mindful of our communities and our neighbours, right? And the vulnerable people in our communities, whether they be elderly people, whether they be people living by themselves, maybe somebody who's had a recent bereavement, maybe there's a single mum with a couple of kids, right? Or a single dad with a couple of kids. You know, what about the homeless people that live within our neighbourhoods? And we know they exist in the Cayman
And they're
Islands.
growing in numbers.
Exactly, Dwayne.
Yeah.
So, you know, we need to be mindful of them. We need to think about them. You know, and I would ask in particular, you know, if you are a family member of someone you know that is living rough, living in a car, living on the streets, living on a park bench, somewhere on a cabana, you know, that you please go and look for them. And if you can't take them into your home, then please direct them in the direction of a shelter.
Yeah.
They should not be by themselves and they should not be out in the environment.
I mean, there are some people that, and I'll be perhaps hesitant now to share it because I've heard it said a long time ago, and every day I begin to realize how salient it is. Money can't buy class. There are some people that they're just no good. But there are people who we discard because we have this perception. We look at them, they're unshaved and unkempt. They have some, and we just turn a blind eye. Something's wrong when we do that. But this person that walks around because, you know, he thinks he got, you know, $2 in his pocket and his stuff don't stink. You know, those are the people that get on my nerves, right? They think that they are all this and that and don't work nothing. But as you're sharing, where's our empathy and compassion? Where's the sense of humility and humanity? And there are some people that just need to be taken into check. But for right now, we've got great needs of that person who has nowhere to stay. And with this weather, whether it's a rain or a Category 4 hurricane, they're at great peril. How are we helping them?
Well, that's it. So that's why I'm reaching out to communities, to families. If you know people within your reach that you know are living rough, that are homeless, you know, just have a conversation with them. Just say to them, "You all right?" You know, sorry, that was.
But that's what we need to do.
Yeah,
yes,
I mean, simple, right?
Yeah.
You know, but have you thought? Have you thought about where you're going to go? You know, because you can't stay on the beach here in Button Town. You know, you're going to get trashed.
All right, we have a break to take. Let's dip now. Is there anything else you want to share, or you want to bid your adieu? And how do you say au revoir? No, I say it differently in French. No.
I can stay for a few minutes.
You can.
After the
Do you
break.
have chocolate?
I didn't bring any this time.
So you can't stay. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right, we're going to pause.
Yeah.
You can share with us. And I'm hope and pray that, you know, well, I'll say it after I come back.
Yeah.
Join me.
Yeah.
Mango season, you gotta love it. The Cayman Islands National Museum is pleased to feature Lukia, the family-friendly Mango Fest at the museum, Saturday, July 6th from 4 to 8 p.m. Purchase mangoes and other products by local artisans and specialty vendors, local food, live music, mango peeling, and eating competition. Take in all the sweet and unique flavors of the long, round, Julie mango, and so many more. Lukia at the museum on the waterfront. Saturday, July 6th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Lukia is proudly sponsored by the Cayman Islands Department of Tourism.
Since 1993, Rotary Central has worked diligently each year to provide quality bus shelters to our community. A traveling convenience to our school children, the elderly, young people going to work, guest workers, and visitors using the public bus. We, Rotary Central, help you, our advertisers, make it happen. Your marketing dollar travels a far way. Positioning your message, your product, your services, your presence in over 83 bus shelters. Every dollar you spend, every advert you place helps to build another bus shelter, providing modest comfort for Cayman travelers. Reserve space now on the only billboard medium in the Cayman Islands. Email rotaryshelters@gmail.com. rotaryshelters@gmail.com. The Bus Shelters, a partner in community convenience. Another inspiration program by Rotary Central Cayman Islands.
The mission of the National Conservation Council and the Department of Environment has worked to protect and conserve the unique plants, animals, and habitats that make the Cayman Islands so special. Learn more at conservation.ky.
Radio Cayman Talk Today continues.
Hey, welcome back, and thanks for doing this, and thanks to Nurse Dipna Carting. I get that right this time?
That's right.
I want to say, the other name, but
some people call me Cartier.
Carton.
Which I don't mind.
No, I would. No. My parents gave me the name Sterling Dwayne Ebanks, and that's what it is. It's not anything else. But you have that jovialness, and I can see. I guess I was thinking of Roger when I was thinking of you, and it's that wonderfulness that is the spirit in our community. And what sometimes it's a bit annoying to see people act with such an offensive, condescending tone where they have no humanity, lacking humility. They believe they write a check that tells them who they are. They drop the name of somebody that makes them any better. End of the day, if we're lucky, we might get to live till we die. Some of us might actually get a good send-off. But we have to be respectful that things are happening, and many of us at this time are overwhelmed. We're worried, as to what's going to happen, not even so much to ourselves, but to others around us. And I hear your heart when you talk about the people who are unsheltered. It's a nice word we like to use these days. Unhoused. They're not going to be able to live, people.
Yeah.
That's the reality. So we want to make euphemisms, but what is the reality? Share the other things you want to, but I also want to ask. There are some of us who have health issues in many respects, and those around us are trying, but we're not quite sure what to do. We don't know what else, because we seem to have tried everything. Any particular words of advice you can give us now that may help us help those people, or help those people as they face what potentially could be something significant?
Okay, so I think if you have any sort of a health condition and you feel limited in your ability to cope with environmental changes, right? So if there's, say for instance, you get some flooding, if you have some structural issues and you're not able to manage those, I would really encourage everybody who feels vulnerable in any way to go into a shelter.
Okay.
And I'm glad that you raised that, Dwayne, because the other thing is there's a lot of people who live by themselves who feel that it's okay, that they're very strong. I'll be fine, I've been through worse, it's just a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain. But actually, it's not the wind or the rain that you need to be worried about. Medical emergencies happen during storms, right? You could slip on a wet floor and break a leg, break your neck. And if you've got no one, and the emergency services are not going to become able to come out after a certain point.
Yeah.
And what happens if, you think that you're okay to begin with, but then, the weather does get very noisy and rowdy and you start to feel a little bit anxious. I mean, none of us know what's ever going to happen. None of us ever know that we might develop an anxiety disorder or a low mood or something else. These things very often come out of nowhere. Yeah. Right? So, again, if you're on your own, I would encourage you to please go and be with someone. And if you have no one to go to, then seriously consider going into a shelter.
Right.
You'll be safe, you have company.
For the shelters, I know Ms. Natalie earlier reminded us there are the emergency medical centers, then there are the other ones. There's a capacity issue nonetheless. But if you go into a shelter, if you can, I mean, this is not necessarily on your remit, but from what you know through experience, do we just turn up? Do we make an appointment? And secondly, when do we go?
Well, you can just turn up. You don't need to make an appointment. It's not a boutique-style hotel.
Yeah.
It's not a pop-up hotel, Dwayne, right?
Okay. And it's not going to move. It's a fixed structure.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but you can turn up. And of course, to be mindful that you cannot carry any alcohol or illicit drugs into these shelters, and you need to be sober as well. Because clearly there's going to be a lot of people there and perhaps some vulnerable people. But as I understand it, the shelters will be opening tomorrow morning. So then, you can make your plan. And
it's first come, first serve.
Yeah.
And I say this carefully, but let's say you're not quite sure which shelter, there's a couple in your district, and you go to one that is a designated emergency medical center, you may be told, listen, these are the people who are here. You may be directed to go to another shelter that is just general purpose. Is that reasonable to say?
Well, in my experience of being in the EMCs, the EMCs are generally, connected to the shelters, but they're not actually inside anymore.
Okay.
So that would not stop the capacity of that shelter, as I understand it.
Thanks for clarifying that,
Yeah.
because a couple of people have asked, and I looked at the capacity numbers for the shelters that are EMCs, and just generally, some are small, and some of the shelters are also EMCs.
Yeah.
But I was of the view that some are specifically EMCs, not that they wouldn't take general, but they're specific. But don't wait till last minute. If that's where you're going to go, do it sooner rather than later.
Absolutely.
Take what you need. Recognize that only a few are pet friendly. So
yeah, and even though they're pet friendly, that doesn't mean say that, as far as I'm aware, that you can go and visit your pet. The pet will be in a separate area, in a safe and separate area. But you're not going to be able to pop down and pet.
Yeah, and you're not going outside and playing ball or whatever. Okay.
No, there'll be no fetch tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I was appalled. The other day hearing someone talk about wanting to go to a certain space and take their pets. I'm thinking, you're going to do that over the little child? I mean, we love our pets and they're sweet and thing, but be considerate, and not everybody wants you to sneak dog licking up in the name, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the noise? And the barking and the crying and the scratching and
your little mother is so sweet.
Yeah, he does all of those things. But just in preparation for either going into a shelter or being at home, and particularly with children, just don't think about electronic devices, because electricity will go. You'll not be able to charge things up. Look at making your plan now, talking to your children about what it is that they would like. If you're going to pack a little bag, what do they want in that bag? Talk to them about the reality that it will be noisy. There will be a lot of wind.
Okay.
But we're going to get through this. We're going to be all right.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you to help me make sure this is correct. I believe I've experienced it. I think this is accurate. No matter how young your child is, how much you think they don't understand, if you talk to them meaningfully, use as best as you can sensible language, they actually understand.
Exactly.
And if you say to them, the little 2-year-old, the 12-year-old, it doesn't matter. Hey, this is what we're happening. Reassure them. Give them as best as you can accurate information. Keep them informed. Keep them involved. And you'll be amazed. They're actually the most sensible than many legal age adults. But you need to tell them, because they don't know. They've never experienced it before, and that may cause them to be a little bit more unsettled. But if you tell them, this, and this. Now, I think that we don't, as adults, give our children enough credit for their intelligence, for their, resourcefulness. We think, oh, they're resilient. Yeah, they are. But if you give them information, it'll actually be helpful for them and for you.
Yeah, I agree. So be upfront, be honest, keep it simple, but be direct. There's bad weather coming. There might be a lot of rain. There might be a lot of wind.
A simple example. I recall this. I won't say who, but it was shared with a young child. Hey, we made these little sweets and treats that we like, but it might not be able to make them again for a while. So if there are 15 of them, and we can eat 3 a day, in 5 days they'll be gone. Don't eat 5 a day, because you don't have them for 3 days. Don't eat all 15 one time, because then there'll be none left. And the child goes, okay. And this little comfort treat was what the child could access, knowing that you're portioning it. You're teaching math at the same time, you get to reason. Simple like that. The child understood, how it worked. But if you don't tell the child, are you expecting the child to know something the child doesn't know?
Exactly. And isn't that how we learn, right? By being told, by being shown, by experience.
Yeah.
From the day that we were delivered into this world.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is.
It is.
As that.
And we're
learning all the time.
We don't seem to understand that if we don't tell the child, how do we expect the child to know? All right, now step now. It's 2 minutes and thereabouts to 3. According to the clock, it's 1 minute and 19 seconds.
Yeah.
What else you want to share with us, Mom?
Well, just to say that, there will be some anxiety out there. There will be people who are worried. There will be people who are stressed. And it's natural to feel that way. As I said earlier, we all have a certain degree of anxiety and worry and fear about this. But, make your plan. Do your very best. Ensure that you have support. Ensure that you people around you, that you know where you're going, or if you're staying where you are, that your place is safe, and that you've got people with you. But we will get through this, Dwayne. I have absolutely no doubt about that. As I like to say, we've been in bigger cities and darker nights. And I don't think that tomorrow night is going to be our darkest night.
Yeah, and we heard worse bands play live. So
exactly.
yeah, and we still went to the next concert.
Yeah.
All right.
But if you are concerned and if you have any fears, please remember to reach out to K-Mind, the mental health helpline, 1-800-534-6463, K-Mind.
All right. And the HSA has a call center that Ms. Natalie reminded us. I wrote it down, 244-8463 or 244-8460. There are resources, and I think the biggest resource is us helping ourselves and each other. And if you think that what I'm saying is improper or harsh, let me know. But let's take responsibility for ourselves. Let's step up to the plate and help each other. And let's recognize that there are many people who, I don't know, we seem to have ingested a lot of selfishness recently. Let's see if we can check our spirits and help each other.
Yeah, and lead by the power of our example.
Yes, Mom.
As opposed to the example of our power. Because if we can show up and show that we're feeling positive, that we're all under stress, but you know what, we'll be good and maintain a positive air. It's going to rub off on others. It helps.
And I think a little preparation and sensitivity on our part with a dose of good sense. If we need to call on the EMS or the Coast Guard, for instance, recognize that if they put themselves in peril to respond to you as much as they want to, they may not be able to. If they go and there's a risk to them and to you, that affects their abilities to respond to other people at other times. I like what you shared, don't negate the impact of being alone. So go to a shelter with a friend, shelter in a safe space, and just work together.
Yeah, and I think just be mindful of other people's needs.
Yeah.
And the consequences of actions and behaviours.
And inactions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, thank you very much, Val.
Thank you.
I hope that this was somewhat therapeutic for you as well.
It was fabulous.
Isn't it always? And to our listeners, remember government offices will close tomorrow. The credit union on Grand Cayman is open to 5 p.m. today, on the BRAC until 4:30. I need to get to the credit union because I foolishly forgot something on Friday, not realizing that Monday was a holiday, and for some reason the storm that was affecting my ability to do some banking. Oh my goodness me. And you can't do it online.
No.
So, to everybody, all on Sunday, please be prayerful and purposeful. Be safe and sensible as you secure yourselves. Look out for not just the seniors in the society, but there are others who could use some help. And if we work honestly and earnestly together, we can truthfully do something meaningful and positive.
Yeah.
Right, listeners?
Absolutely.
All
Definitely.
right. Tomorrow is tomorrow, and pray that it'll be a safe one and we'll be a part of it. Government offices are, as we're told, as of now, closed. And we'll be here, ready to come on, as Joel says, before, during, and after the storm. Everyone, stay tuned, be safe, be well.
Talk Today is brought to you by Subway, open 24 hours in Countryside, Anderson Square in Georgetown, and Centennial Towers in West Bay. And by the Ministry of District Administration, explore your history, explore your land, explore your sister islands. And Cayman Airways, call them on 949-2311 to book your nonstop flights to Los Angeles and Panama. And Digicel, Cayman's bigger, better network. And Doctors Hospital. Peace of mind is important when life happens. Doctors Hospital, always there for you. Call 949-6066.